Welcome everybody. See some new faces and some old faces. So welcome the newcomers. This is the Global Taiwan Global Taiwan Institute, which is a 501c3 think tank. It's dedicated to cutting edge research on policy issues regarding Taiwan and the world. Today, we are doing a special event, which is a sort of mini conference. Usually we just do one panel on a given day, but we're doing multiple panels and some keynote speakers at the end. This is going to be sort of a format of mini conferences that we will run several times this year to support sort of deeper dialogue on particular issues. And today is our defense event. So for those of you who are maybe not too familiar with the Global Taiwan Institute, some of our programs are the Global Taiwan Brief. It's our bi-weekly publication. I can see people in this room who have written for it. And it is an incredible resource that grows every year into very detailed insight into Taiwan policy. We also have an annual symposium. You're gonna have to wait a few months for that. It's in October. It's our flagship event on U.S. Taiwan policy. It's a very large event organized
okay.
At the conference center. Our third speaker has just gone online. He's in Taiwan. And then we also have several podcasts, including the Global Taiwan Insights podcast and the Taiwan Salon podcast. For those watching or tuning in via the live stream, if you want to ask questions to our panelists, just type them in the chat window or email contact@globaltaiwan.org. And my name is Ben Sando. I'm a research fellow here at the Global Taiwan Institute. So today's panel is titled PRC Coercive Threats to Taiwan and Taiwan's Defense Policies. We brought together three talented speakers. One of them is tuning in from Taiwan, so it's late night for him. But they have experience in the multifaceted military challenges that Taiwan is facing at the present moment. As global leadership appears to unravel, democratic states are increasingly facing the prospect that they will have to defend themselves alone. In this context, authoritarian countries such as the PRC are diversifying their strategies of aggression against democracies like Taiwan, employing traditional military power such as advanced aircraft carriers, gray zone warfare in the form of undersea cable attacks, and political warfare, such as kickbacks that channels influential Taiwanese figures for favorable advocacy. Today's conversation will touch on the PRC's evolving threats to Taiwan, as well as how ongoing wars in Ukraine and Iran can inform planning for potential Taiwan crisis. Finally, our conversation will turn to Taiwan's defense reforms in the face of this multi-domain threat environment. So without further ado, I'll introduce our first speaker, Alexis Turek. He's the analytic team lead for the Coalition Defense of Taiwan project, which is a partnership between the American Enterprise Institute and the Institute for the Study of War. She leads the publication of the weekly China and Taiwan update. I encourage you to subscribe to that. There's no better resource, a weekly resource on military developments related to Taiwan. The Korean Peninsula update, the same can be said for those interested in Korean affairs, and longer form research projects. Alexis graduated with a master's in diplomacy and international relations from Seton Hall University and focuses on PRC Southeast Asian relations, international law, and organization. So, Alexis, I'll turn it over to you, and thank you so much for being our first speaker.
Well, thank you so much, Ben. And thank you so much to the Global Taiwan Institute for inviting me to speak today. And thank you to all of you guys joining in person and online for coming out. So as Ben stated in my introduction, part of my job is to guide our weekly analysis, which partially focuses on monitoring the coercive tactics that the PRC uses against Taiwan. So to set the stage for today's event, I wanted to give you guys a brief overview of some of the trends that we've seen in coercion in 2025 and the beginning of 2026.
Just speak a little louder, I can hear it.
Yes, ma'am. So obviously I can't quite get to everything in the time that I'm allotted, so I'm going to begin by just giving you some broad overviews, focusing on military coercion, diplomatic coercion, cognitive warfare, and economic coercion. So to begin with military coercion, in the year 2025, by many different measures, we saw an intensification of PLA activity around Taiwan, but I would characterize it more so as a year of evolution of PLA tactics targeting Taiwan. So to begin with ADIS incursions, in the year 2025, we saw normalized by the PRC an average of about 300 monthly incursions into Taiwan's airspace. This began in May 2024, and this monthly total continued until about January 2025, when we saw it fall below 200. This has thus continued until the present day, when we've seen a relative decrease in the number of monthly ADIS incursions. This is likely suggesting not necessarily a detensification of PLA tactics towards Taiwan, but actually just an evolution. More likely, it seems that they are adjusting course against Taiwan. Obviously, every time the PLA has to actually infer on Taiwan's airspace, Taiwan will respond in some way. So as the PRC increases their number of ADIS incursions, thus Taiwan must also increase the number of resources that they expend. At a certain point, though, even that does become normalized for the Taiwanese, and China's main goal is really keeping Taiwan on its toes and constantly keeping them guessing as to what China is going to do. So by rapidly decreasing the number of ADIS incursions, you still force the Taiwanese to be alert, but they don't actually know what the PRC is going to do, and therefore that thus doubles down on the cognitive warfare. In the year 2025, we also saw a lot of PLA activity around Kinmen and Pratas, Taiwan's offshore islands. Around Kinmen, we saw an average of 3 to 4 CCG ships carrying out what they term law enforcement patrols around Kinmen. This happened roughly 3 or 4 times a month for about 2 hours at a time. Now, in general, we saw this to be a pretty normalized pattern over this period of time. However, we did see some variation in terms of what the PRC was actually doing, the amount of time that they were in Kinmen's waters, but we didn't actually see any sort of escalation in the number of ships around Kinmen. And the reason for that is because the PRC is, again, probably attempting to keep the Taiwanese people on their toes, to keep the Taiwanese military alert, but not actually to concern the people of Kinmen. We have assessed that the PRC, due to existing economic and people-to-people ties, is much more interested in maintaining more positive relations than the main island of Taiwan. We also saw the export of this model around Kinmen on the Taiwanese offshore island of Pratas, which again, we saw these law enforcement activities occur regularly multiple times a month with some slight variation. Now, in terms of cyber attacks were also a major issue for Taiwan. Taiwan's National Security Bureau reported that there was a 6% increase in 2025. So that's roughly 960 million cyber attacks targeting Taiwan. This is primarily targeting a lot of Taiwanese infrastructure, energy resources, emergency services. And the reason for doing so is in order to try to prevent Taiwan from being able to provide these sort of emergency services to the Taiwanese people. That and thus introduces a level of chaos into the Taiwanese population. It reduces overall faith in the Taiwanese government. And all of this does have a cognitive effect as well. In terms of exercises, we did see regular exercises by the PLA around the island of Taiwan. We did see them exercise some various tactics that might be used in any sort of invasion scenario or otherwise a scenario to annex Taiwan, such as simulating blockades, simulating amphibious landing exercises. We saw the participation of the Chinese maritime militia, some Chinese civilian vessels, as well as following the strikes in Venezuela, we saw simulations of decapitation strikes. So again, this does have a cognitive warfare effect on the Taiwanese people, but also it allows for us as analysts to see what the PLA is actually exercising and what they believe they might need to recurse in any sort of Taiwan scenario. Moving over to diplomatic coercion. In the year 2025, we saw the PRC continue to work to diplomatically isolate Taiwan, to punish states for supporting Taiwan, and most importantly, to work to gain greater global acceptance of PRC narratives surrounding Taiwan. So in particular, these PRC narratives really focused on spreading the idea that the PRC controls Taiwan, about the idea of the One China principle, and essentially how essential it is for the PRC to peacefully unify. This is, of course, primarily targeting global South countries. In the year 2025, and also as we've seen in the last several years, the PRC increasingly worked to target the global South to spread its ideas of global governance, to really promote the PRC as this champion of the global South. And part of these ideas of global governance to sort of build this common community, this common shared destiny, is, of course, getting all of these states to sign on to the PRC's narratives here. One thing that we also saw was that the PRC was continuing to work to keep Taiwan out of any sort of political organizations. And we saw the PRC protest really any sort of Taiwanese diplomatic activity. Oftentimes, these protests were not only rhetorical and not only in writing, they were also coupled with economic activity, with military coercion. And what this really does is send the message towards the international community that working with Taiwan is risky. It's dangerous, something that you shouldn't want to do. And so the PRC here is really trying to ensure that they can actually isolate Taiwan. They want to communicate to Taiwanese people that no other country is going to potentially come to your aid in any sort of invasion scenario, that you are truly alone here. And this is really felt by no other country so much as Japan right now. I would say following the statement of Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi about Japan's potential involvement in any sort of Taiwanese diplomacy, we saw China respond with the full gamut of coercion here, with diplomatic coercion, military coercion, economic coercion, cognitive warfare, all of which to get Japan to retract their statement. In addition to just trying to diplomatically isolate Taiwan, the PRC in 2025 really worked to undermine Taiwanese sovereignty. And we've also seen this begin in the beginning of 2026 as well. So some examples of this is the country of Somalia banned Taiwanese passport holders from being able to enter their country, citing the One China principle as a reason for doing so. We saw the US prevent President Lai from being able to stop over in New York City. And most recently, we also saw President Lai not being able to visit Taiwan's diplomatic ally at Eswatini due to the fact that the African countries of Mauritius, Madagascar, and the Seychelles did not allow him to, again, also citing this One China principle. So what this does, this undermines Taiwanese sovereignty. It means they cannot operate under the bigger world country. And again, this reinforces Chinese rhetoric that Taiwan is not actually a country, that the Taiwanese president is not a position that really exists, and just furthers their cognitive warfare efforts here. In terms of cognitive warfare in the year 2025, one thing that was very notable was that the PRC really latched on to some areas of political, domestic discord within Taiwan to spread their rhetorical narratives that really undermined public faith in the Taiwanese government, and in general suggested that the Taiwanese people should not trust their military. So in particular, in the year 2025, we saw a massive expansion of PRC disinformation campaigns targeting Taiwan. As the NSB reported, there was a significant increase in the number of disinformation posts that we saw in Taiwan here. The goal of this was to divide the Taiwanese populace, to reduce overall faith in the government. And then internationally, the PRC was spreading disinformation to ensure that people adhere to the One China principle, and in general, that countries would not come to Taiwan's aid in any sort of emergency. It's interesting to note that these disinformation campaigns are increasingly using artificial intelligence. This is in order to just produce massive amounts of disinformation posts to create deepfakes of Taiwanese political figures. Increasingly, AI is being used to mimic Taiwanese accents, as well as Taiwanese indigenous languages, to thus make these posts sound more convincing for the Taiwanese people. We're seeing these posts being put on social media apps, like Facebook, X, TikTok, and Taiwanese forums, and increasingly these are targeting younger Taiwanese populations to ensure that they too adhere to the PRC line. In 2025, one thing that we saw in particular was that the PRC really latched on to the idea of the green terror rhetoric surrounding the DPP. So for those of you who didn't follow this, the idea of the green terror refers to the DPP's official party colors, which is green, and the white terror period of authoritarianism in Taiwan. So essentially what the PRC did, and then kind of what the idea of the green terror was to connect the DPP's policies, the DPP's actions to this idea of authoritarianism. So we saw this domestically come out of Taiwan around the arrest of Polenta, the indictment of Polenta, as well as the mass recall elections. However, the PRC also co-opted these terms and also presented the DPP as this authoritarian figure, especially when the DPP tried to charge anyone for espionage or really tried to prevent any sort of collusion between Taiwanese people and the PRCs. So I think it's important to note that political disunity happens in any democracy. However, this was one narrative that was particularly useful for the PRC to exploit, because it really provided the opportunity for the PRC to latch onto these indigenous domestic political ideas and also spread their own objectives when it came to its political warfare. So this allowed them to exploit these existing anti-DPP sentiments and instill doubt in the legitimacy of the Lai government and the Taiwanese government overall. Additionally, in the year 2025, we saw an increasing number of espionage cases. In particular, a lot of these were targeting members of the Taiwanese military. Increasingly, what we saw was that the PRC was targeting financially insecure, younger military officers, those with gambling debts, those that it could more easily coerce, actually spy on the Taiwanese military on behalf. And again, what this does is this, again, introduces the idea that Taiwan is completely infiltrated by the PRC, and also reduces overall faith by the Chinese people in their own military. And ending with economic coercion, this was kind of the outlier. Previously, all I've discussed are sticks that China has presented to Taiwan. This is probably the one carrot that the PRC is trying to present to Taiwan to get them to cooperate. So in the year 2025, and I think increasingly in the year 2026, we're going to see the PRC continue to use economic incentives to encourage Taiwan to increase cross-strait engagement here. So the PRC presented the idea of this cross-strait engagement in terms of the economic boom we'll potentially talk about. It was the idea of this mutually beneficial engagement that would benefit both sides of the strait, and particularly this came in the terms of an economic inducement. So this was in terms of allowing tourism from Shanghai and Fujian to come to Taiwan. This was cross-strait development, particularly targeting the areas of Kinmen and Matsu due to their existing economic and people-to-people ties. And in particular, the PRC really latched on to some US political decisions as well, particularly following the US tariffs. The PRC presented itself globally as this alternate to the US following these tariffs, but particularly to Taiwan. The PRC presented itself as an alternate trade partner. It used this as an opportunity to present the US as an unreliable ally. And I believe that we are going to see this continue to happen following the outcome of the Chengxi meeting and the following 10 points were released, where a lot of this was also focused on this mutually beneficial engagement between both sides, which I think is something that it seems like at least elements of the KFT are going to continue to spread. And with that, I'm going to pass it over to my fellow panelists.
Yeah. Alexis, thank you so much for that overview, which is something that AEI does really well, and Institute Study of War as well together. So, understanding the multi-domain threats presented to Taiwan, essentially what they do, and you will read them every week if you subscribe to their China and Taiwan newsletter. I'd also like to welcome our first canine guest of 2026. I promise you we didn't arrange this so that, stay longer to hang out with our friend there. But thank you again all for coming in. Looks like we have a big crowd today. So I'll turn it to our next speaker, who is tuning in from Taiwan. So it's sort of late in the evening for him, sort of fireside evening chat with Dr. Chen. So Dr. Evans Chen he's currently an associate research fellow at the Division of National Defense Strategy and Policy at the Institute for National Defense and Security Research, INDSR in Taiwan. You may know this as one of Taiwan's most prominent military-focused think tanks. Dr. Chen completed his doctorate, in fact, here in the United States, in political science at the University of California at Riverside. So, Dr. Chen, we are very glad and grateful that you're tuning in this late in the evening, but I'll pass it over to you. And if you unmute yourself, Dr. Chen, we'll be able to hear you. Does anyone know how to read lips? Okay. Awesome. If you cannot tune in, then we will pass it to Eric, our final speaker, and maybe switch up the order here. So I'll give him a moment, but in the meantime, I will pass it to our Eric Chan, who is actually a non-resident fellow here at the Global Taiwan Institute. He's written a lot for us, really interesting articles. He has published widely on Chinese influence operations and Taiwanese military reform. Mr. Chan was previously a country director at the Secretary of the Air Force here in the United States, the International Affairs Bureau within, and is responsible and was responsible for the U.S. Air Force military engagement with the People's Liberation Army, PLA Air Force, as well as enhancing security cooperation with key allies and partners. So, Eric, we're glad to have you here in person, and you're presenting slides, so we will quickly get Eric's slides up on the screen.
That's a long time kind of here, correct?
Hello.
Oh,
Hi, Dr. Chen, we can hear you, but we're gonna wait until Eric has finished his presentation, and then we'll turn it to you. Is that okay?
Sure, that's fine.
Okay.
Sorry about any technical issue.
No. It comes with the territory. Yes. Thank you, Dr. Chen. So we'll pass it to Eric here.
well, it's a long time Pentagon bureaucrat. Everybody talks about AI, but really the most important software still remains PowerPoint. So we'll go from here. All right, so today we're going to be talking about Taiwan military reform and how it's changed really its conception of itself. Sword issue.
Is it on?
So yeah, thanks. So here are the topics that we're going to go through today. We're going to go through some of the history of where Taiwan's military has been. We'll talk about some of the doctrines that underpowered the Taiwan military. Then we're going to go through what the PRC has been doing over the last 20 years. So kind of big surprise. And we'll talk a little bit about how that's driven some of the factors that have influenced the Taiwanese debate and what has paralyzed Taiwan military reform for such a long time. And finally, we'll talk about what's been going on in the last few years within Taiwan, and then look at some future developments within the Taiwan military. There it is. All right. So, very long time ago, right when the Taiwan military was first established on the island, it's important to note that Taiwan's military was not a defensive force. In fact, from that period of 1949 to about 1975, even talking about the defense of Taiwan was really an act of treason. His idea of the Taiwan military was not to defend Taiwan, but to retake the mainland. So most of the planning that went into the Taiwan military involved things like how do we seize the ports on the Chinese mainland? How do we incite rebellion on the Chinese mainland? How do we get back in control? And that picture over there is some of like the first big thinking that Taiwan military planners at the time were looking at doing. And it's emblematic of what I call the say-do gap between what resources Taiwan had available and what Taiwan was telling its own populace, its leaders were telling its own populace about what the military was capable of doing, and finally what the military itself was thinking, right? So obviously the idea of retaking the mainland, it was a big focus for 20 years. But even while the Taiwan military knew that its resources would be vastly outstretched to be able to do it, it was still a focus of its strategy. And that's really a theme that we're going to be seeing throughout the years. You know, after the death of Chiang Kai-shek, there was a creation of the defensive Guan plan, right? And then that idea just looked at, ways of, fighting off an invasion against really militarily primitive PRC. And as the years went by, this plan became a really sequential plan where each service of the Taiwan military would essentially fight the PLA. The Marines would fight China and the offshore islands. The Air Force would come out and fight. The Navy would come out and fight. And then finally, if something went really wrong, then the Army would come out and fight on Taiwan. And then against the PLA of that time, that was a realistic plan, right? The US 7th Fleet was still there. Taiwan military technology was far superior to that of the PLA's. So it was, kind of sort of realistic for a period of time. Of course, the Gulf War and increasingly the third Taiwan sharing crisis in 1996, that started to change things. And we'll talk a little bit about that in the next slide. But in this case, what we've seen is like the period of the last 25, 30 years. Taiwan's military has taken this whole plan, but was really largely paralyzed about its thinking about how to deal with growing Chinese military strength. 2008, under the Chen Shui-bian administration, there was a discussion of counter-strike options on China. So it's, a very offensive form of defense, active defense, right? There's a discussion about maybe we'll target the Three Gorges Dam. Move back to the Ma Ying-jeou administration in 2008. Again, a big shift over to defense of Taiwan and just straight up defense under this idea of a hard rock. This is also paired with a lot of manpower reductions. Taiwan's own equivalent of the peace dividend that the US saw. And the offset that Taiwan was trying to do was develop an all-volunteer force where quality would exceed quantity. And then finally, in 2017, seeing how Chinese military developments continued, Admiral Li Shimin came out with the overall defense concept, which looked at decisive attack through asymmetric means. Fortunately, this was something that was not very popular with the Taiwan general staff for a variety of reasons, and it never got fully implemented during its time there. And then finally, over the last few years today, we have this new strategy of erosion, largely driven by the observations from the war in Ukraine. So what is China getting up to? So obviously what she has been doing is a huge shift, right, from the idea of the PLA being the guarantor, the first guarantor of party security. Right now, he has other options for that. He has the People's Armed Police for that. So he's been able to expand what he calls the new missions of the PLA, right? And these missions increasingly look at things like, national pride, being able to do power projection. And of course, I won't go through the huge litany of all the increases in PLA strength. But suffice it to say that even the parts that are just facing Taiwan have seen exponential growth over the years in terms of numbers. And the main focus for all this isn't just for him to brag about, oh, I have so many new equipments or troops, but it's really to give himself more options. And you can see with like the recent type of exercises how he's showing off the number of options that he has to coerce Taiwan, whether it's through gray-zone warfare or through the China Coast Guard. The maritime militia less so against Taiwan, but it has been an option and it's been played in terms of like fishing around, Kinmen and Matsu. And then finally, the idea that Taiwan can be fully shrunken out by the PLA. We have the PLA Navy now capable of operating on the east side of Taiwan. Right? To what degree? Unknown, right? But enough so that Taiwan has to put that into consideration. And that actually brings up another point, is something that a lot of American prognosticators like to talk about is, of course, the increasing strength of the PLA. But the biggest unknown here is how good is this PLA really? Right? I think what Russia and Ukraine has shown us is that Russia's military has been, for a large part of itself, a Potemkin village of reform. To what extent that applies to PLA, unknown. But obviously, it's been bad enough where Xi Jinping feels like he needs to do the biggest changes in the PLA, arrests and disappearances since the PLA's founding. And that can't be enough. So what is the effect of this type of cognitive warfare of the PLA general? It's what I call this type of defense incoherency within Taiwan. And that's been a serious problem with Taiwan over the last 20 years or so. And even with this debate over the special defense budget, we see elements of it flashing, right? And this is really this idea that there's a lack of a consistent approach to defense. The means, the ways and the means don't end up matching the overall strategy. Right, and that's this say-do gap that I mentioned earlier, the resources, the manpower, the amount of budget that's given to the Taiwan military isn't enough for its political leadership expect Taiwan and its military to do. Yet there's also the political imperative by both the leaders inside the Ministry of National Defense as well as Taiwan's political leadership to say, all is well. Right, even in the era of declining budgets and declining manpower, no one was going to come out to the Taiwan populace and say, "Oh, we're not capable of defending Taiwan with what we have." So that creates a set of long-running issues within the Taiwan military itself of trying to display things as opposed to actually doing things. Because if you did something, if you tested something out, and that looked bad, then your budget would get hurt. Right? People would start asking very uncomfortable questions about, what are you guys doing with our money and why should we cut you guys some more? So it's a very zero-sum mentality that would really call in Taiwan. And also driven by military culture, right? From a long time ago, Taiwan's military culture is that of a great power military. If you go into their various headquarters, the military historical displays are World War II. There are things like the flying tigers, which I have here on my pin. The idea that hey, we're capable of this type of great power combat. Our history is that of fighting at a continent level scale, like a Taiwan level scale. There's very little actual history of the military defending Taiwan itself, other than perhaps the Battle of Guningtou and the Kinmen fights in 1949. And of course, the cognitive warfare by the PRC plays a big role in this, right? This idea of a hugely growing military where they're rolling out lots of equipment that's also meant to push this type of idea like whatever you do, it's not going to be enough. You might as well give up now. What is the point of having, for example, an Air Force if our great rocket force will destroy all of your Air Force on the ground, right? What's the point of having a Navy if we can sink all of your ships before your ships go anywhere? And for that matter, what's the point of your army if we've already taken over your air and your sea? So increasingly, very, very low. Next slide. So this has driven us into what we call a strategy of erosion. I promised my kid one meme, and there it is. So this strategy of erosion is a huge way of undoing this type of say-do gap, right? No longer are we talking about, say, things like if we are going to win sea control or air control, we're going to talk about, being able to just slowly erode the PLA's combat power. So this is a huge reduction in what is expected of the Taiwan military. And thus a lot more realistic in terms of the plan, right? So this idea like, okay, we're not going to look at things like decisive naval warfare anymore because that works both ways. We could decisively win or we could be decisively defeated, right? And that's a risk that's not worth taking. And the idea is we're going to take Taiwan's military and we're going to see if we can turn this into a protracted war. But huge implications to that. It's a complete change in rules for all of Taiwan services. So just going down, there's a huge type of things that the government needs to be able to tell the populace. One of the big things is suddenly, hey, this is the defense of Taiwan is no longer just a job for the military alone. It is the job of all of society, which is why the Lai government has been talking so much about this whole society resilience. Suddenly the populace has to be able to help assist Taiwan's military in the defense of Taiwan. The military now mobilized a lot earlier than before, just because of what they've learned since 2022 is that Ukraine took so long to mobilize that they were caught mostly off guard, and that's something that Taiwan cannot afford. It goes down to all the levels of war fighting. Now you're looking at how you fight as how do we influence the enemy? How do we influence the enemy throughout a long campaign? Right? And this is far different from the type of fighting that Taiwan has been thinking about before. Next slide. So, like I said, big changes. Now the idea is there's a workable strategy. How does Taiwan implement the strategy? And there's a huge number of changes that still remain, that still has to be done. And so really closing down the say-do gap in the short term, being able to train more, having the budget to do what it is that they have to do. Big short term. So, medium term, if you have a budget, then the idea is you have to have the resiliency to really fight this type of protracted war. Taiwan's manpower has been an issue for decades now. That has a lot to do with how it's been funded, how it's been trained. So if you fix this in the short term, then the medium term is making sure Taiwan has the capacity to fight that protracted war strategy. Finally, the very long term, and this is probably the most controversial of all, is that because Taiwan's military now has a defensive strategy of protracted war, one element of that is that there's no easy, what we call a theory of victory here. You can keep on fighting and fighting, but if nobody wants to end the war, then what happens? And Ukraine has shown that you need to develop some sort of strategy to force the enemy to think about peace. So that would be like a long-term goal because that is so difficult compared to what Taiwan has managed. And with that, I will pass it over to my other friends.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Eric. And that last point that you made is a really big challenge. How do you force an end to a war if you are pursuing what many of us have felt is a common sense approach to Taiwan's defense, which is this strategy of erosion, the porcupine strategy to punish the attacker. And all around the world, we're seeing military campaigns where this is an effective strategy for a weaker opponent. That being said, the question of ending the war, the weaker opponent ending the war, hasn't been answered if we're talking about, say, conflicts in Ukraine and also Iran. And that's something that Dr. Chen will speak about today. So I will pass it over to him. He's been patiently waiting. And Dr. Chen, we're very curious to hear insights from the Ukraine and Iran war in Taiwan.
Okay, Ben and Alexis and Eric and our audience, you can hear me, right?
Yes.
Sorry about that for the technical issues. But now, I'm always here. So, yeah, first of all, thanks for the invitation. And well, my topic, I will try to concentrate on the lessons we can have of the two wars just over the past years. And I think I would not say interesting, but it's timely for us to see the second case, I mean the war in Middle East. And you can see a very tricky or kind of, strange, contrast of the comparisons between the war in Ukraine and the war in Middle East. So first of all, let me talk about the case of the war in Ukraine. If we try to use the dichotomies of offensive and the defensive, the case of war in Ukraine, you can see, Russia is the offensive side, and Ukraine is the defensive side. And absolutely, in a potential, Taiwan contingency, where Taiwan is always viewed as the defensive side. So absolutely, over the past 4 years and a half, we do discuss lots of, experiences and the lessons from the war in Ukraine, especially, how Ukraine apply the drones and their, asymmetric fare against, a strong Russian army, and the fighting will of the nation. You also talk about that in the panels. But it's quite tricky, as we switch to look at the case of the war in the Middle East at this moment. The offensive side is the United States and Israel. And the defensive side is Iran. So it means that, well, it's quite interesting for the PRC as well. In the first case, the war in perhaps Beijing had to look at that, how Russia or Moscow stuck in the battlefield of Ukraine, and Taiwan look at the performance of the Ukraine. But in the second case, the war in Middle East, I think Taiwan had to look at the experience of Iran, how they defend themselves, how they postpone or delay U.S. strategy against Iran, and Beijing will switch to look at the experience and the lessons of the United States. So that's what I say. It's a kind of tricky and a very strange, contrast and the comparisons of these cases. So I might, try to look at, what kind of lessons we can have from these two cases to look at a potential Taiwan contingency. Number one, I think, well, just look at the case of Taiwan or a Taiwan contingency. I think lots of experts already outline the possible or the most likely procedures of the contingency. Phase one is gray zone. Is taking place at this moment every day in Taiwan. That's called a gray zone coercion. I think that's also the United States strategy in Middle East against Iran. Okay, and phase two, well, usually we say that's the blockade, isolations of the island of Taiwan. And phase three is potential invention, a full scale of landing inventions against Taiwan, and that would be Ukraine's style, high intensity. Okay, but definitely the war of Ukraine is a battle or a combat on the continent, but a potential Taiwan contingency will be an amphibious attack. Okay, so war will likely be multiple phase, not just binary. So perhaps phase one, gray zone coercion, I think we can learn the experience of the war in Middle East, and the potential inventions. I think we can learn or look at the case of the war in Ukraine. And number two, I think I will try to look at that, speed versus resilience. I think speed versus resilience is the core strategic contest of Taiwan's defense. Well, on the Chinese side, we can imagine or we can think that China, I think, will seek rapid political collapse and try to complete the inventions as soon as possible. On the other hand, I think Taiwan must ensure a protracted resistance against Beijing. So that's why I think the lessons of the war in Ukraine and the lessons in Middle East, especially from the Iranian side, I think Taiwan might try to look at what kind of experiences and the lessons of these two cases. And number three, I would try to look at alliance behavior. Okay, I think, well, although Taiwan doesn't have, formal alliance with the United States, with Japan, with South Korea, with the Philippines. But still, Taiwan is a very important or critical strategic partners of the United States, and vice versa. The United States is also a very, strategic partners of Taiwan. And then let's look at the case of the war in Ukraine. I think Ukrainian lesson is showing us that external support, dominates or determines the nation's endurance of defending. So we can see international assistance from the West, from NATO, from European countries is critical to Ukraine's continuing defense against Russia. And let's look at the case of Middle East. I think external actors intervene selectively. Okay, some nations choose to stand with the United States, but some nations they might be hesitative or try to keep neutral. So Taiwan, perhaps in the case of Taiwan, perhaps Taipei have to look at, pre-shape any kind of interventions, expectations, not just, assume them. And as I know in my working experience in Taipei, to join any kind of, war games or war gamings with some other both international communities and domestic communities, scholarships. Yeah, as I remember, we usually try to assume that without any international assistance to Taiwan contingency and how Taiwan respond that kind of situation. Even we still expect, Taiwan still expects, look for, international support, international assistance. But absolutely, Taiwan also have to, assume that without any international assistance, under this kind of circumstance, how Taiwan can protect its, like infrastructure, cybersecurity, communication, and the energy, water, food, and health, so forth. So that's the key issues I think for Taiwan. And number four, I try to look at that. The center of gravity is political will. Definitely, we can look at the case of Ukraine. And I think political will includes domestic and international. So both, both cases shows that, the outcomes hinge on political cohesion, not just battlefield performance. So in the past years, lots of public opinion polls also, try to look at that, how strong the Taiwanese will or the Taiwanese people really want to fight for their country. But well, as I know, the outcome of the public opinion survey showing that the percentage of defending Taiwan for Taiwanese is around maybe 65% to 75%. Well, it's quite high, but I still look at that. There should be some, many keyboard men just right, behind the computer or behind the screen. So you never know to see a real test to see how the will, the people, or the Taiwanese people can show in a potential Taiwan contingency. So that's my deep concern about the case, political will and the people's will. And number five, I try to look at that economic warfare will be the in the immediate and severe in the war's contingency. So look at the international sanctions. It's quite severe. It generates a huge damage on Russia. So that's the case from the war in Ukraine. But it seems disruptions of global trade in Middle East because, well, Middle East is the core, is the center of the petroleum and oil in the world. So you can see, the outcomes of the Middle East spill over, outside all over the world. So for Taiwan, I think Taiwan must plan for economic survival under blockade conditions. So that's also why in the past about 3 years, I think the former speakers, Nancy Pelosi, visits to Taiwan in 2022, August 22. And then, the PLA tried to conduct a full scale of blockade of Taiwan. And under this kind of circumstances, Taiwan also tried to, develop and discuss any kind of strategy can help the islands to break through the blockade conducted by Beijing. So I try to make my conclusion. So if we try to compress both threats into a single analytical model, so perhaps we can see Ukraine just teach Taiwan how to survive a full-scale invasions. And second, the Middle East case just teaches Taiwan how war may start and evolve before invasion. So that's a that's a long term. It takes a long time to see like gray zone tactics or strategy against Taiwan. And the same, on the other side for Beijing, I think the war of Ukraine just warns against underestimating, resistance of Ukraine, of the country, or of the defensive side. And second one, I think the Middle East case just offers a playbook of, graduated coercions and indirect pressure on the nation. So again, come back to my, just briefing or introduction. Well, it's kind of tricky and very strange, context and the comparisons of, these two cases. But no matter you choose the defensive side or offensive side, absolutely, I think Taiwan is just on the defensive side. But still, we have to look at, the experiences and any kind of lessons they can have on the offensive. So I think, well, just right after the second case, I think the lessons or the whole story is much more complicated for Taiwan's defense. So we might need to take lots of time to clarify, to line up every lessons of the cases. So that's my point of views, and I just stop here. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Chen. The fascinating comparison you made of speed versus resilience, I think is an extremely useful way of thinking about modern war, although one may question whether an authoritarian country like the People's Republic of China might have more resilience perhaps than the United States when it comes to waging war, in the sense that the CCP doesn't have to answer to its citizens in the way the United States governments should. That being said, the question of political will is the probably fundamental question of war in our time, where there are more democracies, and in a democracy, political will is the fundamental requirement for a successful war. Meanwhile, even authoritarian countries are facing greater global attention when they wage war, which can create side effects like economic isolation, which we've seen with Russia. So we can debate this as an audience as well. We're going to turn to our audience for question and answer. And I know we have some very brilliant minds in the room. We have US military connected individuals, former US military officials. We even have Taiwanese military officials. I won't point at them, but if they want to make their presence known and offer their insight, we certainly welcome that. But I will first just open up to the floor to our human and canine friends. If there's anybody who wants to ask a question in our remaining time, we can pass you the mic in the back.
Yes, thank you. Rick Fisher, advisor for UI, thankfully. The hallmark of Russia's strategy towards Ukraine has been the constant use of nuclear threats, nuclear coercion, which to a degree has been successful in curtailing the level of support from Europe and the United States for Ukraine. What would be expected Chinese uses of nuclear coercion against Taiwan to attack political will? And if the United States were to respond in kind against China, let's say China just wants to demonstrate nuclear weapons, not kill Taiwanese, then the United States responds in kind. Would that benefit political will in Taiwan?
I think I'll pass this to Eric first, given that he works at the Pentagon and they have grappled with these questions. It's a tough one, Eric.
I would say that the Chinese conception of nuclear use would differ slightly from that of Russia. I think China will calibrate its nuclear messaging to try to deter any speed and scale of US intervention, but also as a holdout tool in case its own plans were going awry. Then you could see some use of nuclear demonstrations. But even in that case, I think China would be very hesitant, simply because if there is an expectation of US intervention and then the US and China would enact conflict, then the consequences of accidents happening as a result of this type of messaging would be a lot higher. The consequences would be higher, and also the speed of reaction would be far higher than what we've seen now between Russia and Ukraine. So I think they would be quite hesitant indeed to use it.
Any other questions? Okay, Mark, raise your hand first.
Mark from Daily News. Just wondering, recently we have seen a lot more attacks on President Li's on his reputation and competency from China. I think that's probably rarely see in the China administration. I think a lot of rhetorics and actions. For instance, as Alex mentioned, that they said there's no Chinese president, and also president's visit to Africa was blocked. So I'm just wondering, do you think the Chinese government has have their patience wear thin with Lai? I mean, probably they've given time to think, to observe what Lai's been doing, and then now they're running out of patience, and then they have a full-out attack on President Lai. Do you think that that's their approach now? That's just really.
It's an interesting question. I feel like I wouldn't say that China's patience is running out for Lai, because I feel like they never really had any patience for Lai. Before he was even actually elected, I feel like they were already spreading these ideas that he was this radical figure, that he was going to be this Taiwanese independence advocate. Even the United States, when Lai was first elected, was really trying to caution him from saying anything too controversial here. For me, it maybe seems less like they have less patience for live, maybe less patience for the DPP. Like at this point, Taiwan won, Laitingda won. The Chinese might be thinking that their window of maybe having a non-DPP president is closing. So I think that we're certainly probably going to see these sorts of rhetorical escalations increasing before the 2026 local elections and before the 2028 legislative and presidential elections. I think we're certainly going to see the PRC really pushing for just some sort of
And it begs the question whether Zhang Liwen's, the KMT chairwoman's visit to China offers a kind of mixed signaling. Perhaps this is just one person's take that could, in some senses, give the CCP the opportunity to debate the idea that there is a possibility of a Taiwan that is potentially going to be collaborative with China. So perhaps in this sense, Taiwan's democracy is benefiting it to offer mixed signals to China that could perhaps offset a decision by Xi that essentially Taiwan is a lost cause from a political standpoint. Feel free to debate that though, Jared, right?
Yes.
Yeah, in the front.
Jared Jeter from Taiwan Institute. I had a question. I was curious about the panel's opinion on whether or not these many gray zone tactics of psychological warfare and kind of disincentivizing Taiwanese faith in their own government and military, is this being done with the intention of eventually putting in a more conciliatory government in Taipei that will then acquiesce to certain Chinese demands and kind of slowly have Taiwan operate closer with the Chinese sphere of influence? Or is this being done with the intention of being able to weaken Taiwan enough that a potential blockade or invasion becomes more palatable?
I'll give that to Dr. Chen. Did you hear the full question? If the question was, to what extent are these gray zone tactics about replacing Taiwan's government, inducing change, or in the event of a blockade, essentially encouraging society to just completely crumble? Is that a correct characterization? Sure.
Yes, just curious if, but these are all being done with the intention of establishing the road to a potential blockade and invasion, or if this is being done with the intention of pulling Taiwan into a closer to Chinese sphere of influence.
Great. Dr. Chen, yeah.
Yeah. Well, gray zone and blockade. Well, gray zone is daily exercise action against Taiwan every day. And they try to, we call it, the strategy of salami. They try to, to create, greater and greater pressure over the island. And differently, I think, in contrast to gray zone strategy, blockade is kind of, short term, depending on specific political and military events. Political events like when they are top-ranking politicians or political elites announce their support to Taiwan, or can visit Taiwan. I think in the experience, you can see the PLA will conduct a blockades against Taiwan. And militarily, you can see if the U.S. just also pass or announce any arms sales projects to Taiwan, PLA will also conduct blockade and other military drill as well, and without any announcement. So I think that's also a kind of to generate or create greater and greater pressure over the island. So pressure is always there, and pressure absolutely is to try to impact and damage psychology and the mindset of the people, society, and the government of Taiwan. So I would say that's another kind of resilience for a democracy, a young democracy. So resilience is not just look at the preservation or protections of infrastructure but also, how to strengthen the political will, the fight will of the people, of the society, and the government as well. So I think the Taiwanese government, absolutely, we acknowledge, we also see the political warfare, cognition warfare, psychological warfare, public opinion warfare against Taiwan from Beijing. So the Taiwanese government will try to emphasize, we have to strengthen and we have to protect the mother of Formosa, Taiwan. I would say probably is not, a real scientific and numeric, outcome you can see. But, we can just, try our best to strengthen, to learn any kind of experience we can have from the case of Ukraine. So I think that's that's my response.
Right. And I think the answer might be essentially to summarize or to check maybe both objectives are amenable to the CCP if I read him correctly. Tom in the back, yeah.
Tom McDevitt, Chairman of the Washington Times. Excellent panel. My question deals with the issues of political will and alliance behavior from a global perspective. The whole panel, what is the relevance of the international community fighting back in the political narrative sense? I know Bill Kurtz filed a story just a week ago. The Pentagon had started some initiative on cognitive warfare, finally. So in the environment in America, where political will is critical, it seems to me education, information ops is vital to push forth the counter-narrative of authoritarianism, of freedom. That's the question. That's why we're doing the Taiwan Freedom Project. So what is your take, the relevance of an international coalition to push back in cognitive warfare or information ops?
Yeah. Dr. Chen, just if you didn't hear, the question is to what extent political will is important and the sense of legitimacy of democracy versus authoritarianism is important for, in this case, Taiwan's defense, especially international coalition to support Taiwan. So Alexis, being to see what coalition defense of Taiwan, I'll pass that to you first.
So I think the political will of our allies is essential. One of the most important things that the PRC is trying to do is really introduce doubt in the minds of the Taiwanese people that anyone would come to its aid. That's in terms of diplomatically isolating them, it's in terms of spreading all of this ideology. And the point for doing so is that, like we said before, there's no official alliance between the US and Taiwan. All of this is to some extent based on Taiwanese people's belief in the US's ability and all of these other countries' desire to actually come to their aid. And if the PRC can introduce any sort of doubt, then that can be really, really powerful in terms of what sort of effects that has on Taiwanese people. That might just be enough for the Taiwanese population to say, well, if the US isn't going to help us, if South Korea isn't going to help us, Australia, Europe, anyone, can we actually do this alone? Even if they might exercise it, if you could introduce that into the minds of maybe the general populace, that might just be enough to maybe either make some sort of deal, put some sort of more amenable party into power that might actually work with the PRC. There could be any number of outcomes, but I think if we can get the general international community to kind of band together and say, no, we reject these narratives. We do accept the Taiwanese government. We are going to stand behind Taiwan here and counter all of this cognitive warfare. I think that would go a really long way ensuring that we can actually counter what the PRC is doing.
So yeah, that element of international political will, that is essentially one of the big focuses of Taiwan's defense strategy, like writ large, right? I talked a little bit about how this type of strategy of erosion works into this type of deterrence by denial scheme. The idea of the protracted war is, if this causes enough damage to the international economy, then this would help push the global community to essentially work its own, deterrence by punishment on China. So this is central to Taiwan. So, long-term strategy towards its defense.
Dr. Chen, do you want to answer?
Yes. Okay, that's a very good question. I think international support or political will, or perhaps I can call it, consensus. That's quite, critical to look at any kind of potential Taiwan contingency. But I would like to, again, go back to look at the case of Ukraine. I think international, especially the West, I think relatively the consensus is quite high, and the nations and the United States are much more convergent on this issue. But they still have, kind of disagreements, toward Russia. And I think that's the level of strategy, grand strategy. But if you go down to look at the level of operation, the operational level, I think you might see much more, disagreements among nations of the West. So that's the case of the Ukraine. And let's look at the case of Iran. In my understanding, I think the international consensus is much relatively lower compared to the first case of Ukraine, because I think like Germany, France, they still have their own positions on the Middle East. So probably they're not equal, Washington to take the action together. So if we, try to look at these two cases and then uh, to look at the case of Taiwan, I think the international political will is still kind of in between convergent and the divergent, which means that, okay, the community might, agree that, the stability and the peace and the status quo in the Taiwan Strait, in the First Island Chain and the West Pacific is important. But perhaps they still have different, kind of positions. Well, just look at the United States. I think the U.S. still have the debate between, strategic ambiguity and the clarity. So they might say, okay, Washington, itself doesn't have kind of consensus. So how can we have, this consensus with the United States? But in my understanding, I will say, the U.S. still have its core partners and the allies on the Indo-Pacific issues. And I will say Japan will follow the U.S. That's my understanding. And so far, I think what I call it, Anglo-Saxons partnerships. Canada, United Kingdom, Australia, I think, will also follow the United States Indo-Pacific strategy. Even they still have kind of disagreements. But if we go back to look at, South Korea and the Philippines, perhaps, they might not be the core partners of the United States. So look at the international political will in the Pacific, or in the case of Taiwan, I think it's still kind of, ambiguous and not very clear to me.
I think political will should be the sort of key takeaway in today's panel. Political will of the Taiwanese people, the political will of the China, and also the political will of Taiwan's friends and partners. I'd say probably a good thing that in 2026 we debate political will so much when it comes to war, because it means the use of war is increasingly tied to the support of populations of the people maybe who even have to fight the wars themselves. Meanwhile, typically the political will of a defensive nation is always going to be higher than the attacker in almost every case. So this also might start to make war more difficult from an offensive perspective. Again, something I think that we should all welcome. So with that in mind, I'm going to close up this panel. I'm going to thank you all so much for coming. I'm gonna thank my great speakers today, Dr. Chen, who stayed up late for us. And I encourage you all to stay. We will have some lunch coming. Is it after the second panel? Or the, okay.
Coming like during this.
Okay, so during the second or after the second panel, so stick around if you want a free lunch. And the second panel starts at 11:10, about 20 minutes. We'll be talking about defense acquisitions and force structure. So we're really talking about the nitty gritty of how Taiwan can arm itself, how the supporters can help Taiwan. So thank you all so much for being here today. And for those who tuned in online, thank you too. All right. Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I I don't think.
All hands.
That's the right time, right now. Okay, but my head's reflective, though. I tried, I was totally reflective. I was trying to scroll right back.
Everyone, if you could please take your seats, well, we're about to start the second panel.
Well, now that John's got everybody's attention, good morning. We have hit the appointed hour, so we should begin. My name is Mike Hunziker. I'm an associate professor at George Mason University, where I also direct that school's Taiwan Security Monitor. I want to start off by thanking John, both for getting everybody's attention in the first place, and of course, the Global Taiwan Institute for organizing this very important and timely series of panels today. Now, I'm sure I'm like a lot of you in this room when I say we could probably spend an entire 8-hour day just talking about Taiwan's defense issues, and we would still barely be scratching the surface. We don't have all day. In fact, we've got about 78 minutes left. So I'd like to make the most of the time that we do have by hitting the ground running, getting right down to business. Barring any objections, which I don't think there would be because I'm the moderator, but here's how I propose that we're going to proceed. I'd like to kick things off with John, who's going to set the stage by tackling what really is the elephant in the room, the $40 billion dueling series of defense budgets. Then we're going to turn it over to Ms. Lai for a deep dive, no pun intended, into Taiwan's submarine program. And we'll wrap up with Ms. Wilson, who will approach the topic from the perspective of Taiwan-EU relations and cooperation. Just a few quick and very standard housekeeping items. I'm going to introduce each speaker before they speak rather than just completely overwhelming your senses with one long series of bios. I would ask very gently the speakers about 15 minutes. I don't think we have a need for an alarm or red flags or any Oscar type hooks. I think we've got plenty of time to let these conversations breathe. If we go over a little bit, I will just reduce the questions that I'll often start with. Speaking of which, I'd like to reserve the right as moderator, maybe to start us off in the Q&A with a series of questions for each of our speakers before opening it to everybody else. I would, of course, ask during the Q&A, and I'll remind you of this, but please frame your question in the form of a question and not a monologue. And as always, please be sure to silence your cell phones, watches, and any other electronic devices. So with that, a sailor scholar who needs no introduction, but I'm going to introduce him anyway because it's literally my job. John Dodson is the director at the Global Taiwan Institute. A former naval officer, we can forgive him. John transitioned to national security after he got tired of giving Marines a ride. His post-naval career includes service on the U.S.-China Economic Security Review Commission staff and as the editor of the Jamestown Foundation's China Brief, Mandarin linguist. John holds master's degrees from the U.S. Naval War College and Johns Hopkins University, and he specializes in Chinese propaganda, elite politics within the CCP, military-civilian fusion in the PLA, and of course, Taiwanese defense politics. So truly no better expert to kick things off and set the stage by getting us up to speed on Taiwan's multiple special defense plans.
All right, Mike. Hey, thank you for the very kind introduction there. And thanks to everyone for joining us today, either in person online. So my task today was to talk a little bit about the, if we could bring the brief up, Taiwan's current proposed special defense budget. And I think there's been a lot of talk about it, I think, over the last few months. But at least in English, I think there's been relatively little discussion as to what it actually is, like what is actually in it. So I wanted to give a presentation that would delve into that a little bit, at least in terms of some of the information that's been made publicly available about it. So I want to present this brief, what's going on with Taiwan's special defense budget. And let's see if that works. Oh, beautiful. So what is this? Late this past year, in November 2025, the executive yuan of Taiwan's government introduced a sort of proposed package of legislation titled the 强化防卫人心及部队成展理计划采购特别条例, or in English, the Program of Acquisition Special Regulations for Strengthening Defense Resilience and Asymmetric Combat Capacity. In either Mandarin or English, it's quite a mouthful. But what is this? This is a proposed supplemental defense budget separate from the regular annual defense budget. And what has been proposed by the Lai administration is an 8-year program that would cost about 1.25 trillion new Taiwan dollars or Taipei, or approximately, again, depending on how the exchange rates go, a lot of this is approximate, around the estimates go kind of between 38 to 40 billion US dollars in equivalent cost. And if you look down, again, once again, this would be separate from the main annual defense budget, I think, which for 2026 comes in at about 945 billion Taipei. So this is pretty big. This is bigger than like the regular annual defense budget that's been proposed or laid out for 2026. And if it were to be approved, the Lai administration sort of as a political talking point or imperative, whatever you want to call it, has set a goal of trying to boost Taiwan's defense spending in 2026 up to 3.3% of GDP. That would happen if this budget were to be approved. But it has not been approved, and that's something we'll get into a little bit more in a moment. This budget encompasses a number of things, but it does have a very heavy emphasis on arms purchases from the United States. That's roughly about 3/4 of the cost of this overall budget is to buy stuff from defense contractors here in the United States. There is a precedent for this. Taiwan is actually operating right now, again, in addition to the regular annual defense budget, there is a supplemental defense budget that's been running for the past 5 years. It was passed in late 2021 under the Taiwan administration. The Tsai administration had a much easier time getting that package through the legislature, both because the Democratic Progressive Party had a majority in the legislature at that time, and also it was a much smaller package. If you see looking at the equivalent cost value, the value of that supplemental defense budget was about 240 billion NT as compared to 1.25 trillion. So the new package that's been proposed is over 4 times as large as the previous one. It's pretty big. That budget had a number of aspects to it. Much of it was focused on anti-ship capacities, either in terms of anti-ship missiles or indigenous naval shipbuilding, for like the Huojiang missile corvette program, or for both anti surface and anti aircraft missile systems, Xiongfeng, et cetera, et cetera. And again, much of it sort of focused on juicing up domestic defense production within Taiwan. You see, Mama always said, if you don't toot your own horn, no one else will do it for you. So we did produce an article about this a while back when that budget first came out. If you were to be curious about the specifics of that supplemental defense budget, which once again is kind of running its course and will be expiring this year. All right, so for the new one, what's actually in it? The budget lays out expenditures and acquisitions in 7 major categories, some of which are clearer than others. And the first 2 you'll see listed on the slide here. Category 1 is termed precision munitions. It's basically the purchase of M109A7 Paladin self-propelled howitzers is basically what that category is, both for the 60 of the Paladin units, as well as ordnance to go with them, as well as accompanying support vehicles at a cost of about 81 billion NT that you see listed on there. Category 2 is kind of related to this, which is why I put them together on the slide. Category 2 is essentially HIMARS, the M142 High Mobility Artillery Rocket System, for the purchase of 82 launch units, again with ordnance and associated equipment. Both of these would be, they're essentially longer range artillery systems. The Paladin is a little bit shorter range. I think at least per the public information that is put out on Army.mil, the Paladin has a range of about 24 kilometers, or it can be pushed up to about 30 kilometers with rocket assisted, rocket propelled munitions. The HIMARS is a longer range launch system between 32 kilometers to 128, again, per publicly available information. So the Paladin would be kind of more for use like defense of Taiwan itself, maybe for hitting enemy forces hitting the landing beaches. The HIMARS could be used for that, or could potentially even be used for longer range strikes against potentially ships, amphibious staging areas and so forth. So that's the first two categories of it. Categories 3 and 4, these are the big ones. Category 3 is basically UAV, or unmanned aerial vehicles, unmanned aerial systems, whichever acronym you prefer, but it's UAVs. Part of this, and the part of it that is more specifically information that's come out from the Ministry of National Defense in Taiwan. A good chunk of this is for the purchase of Altius drones, again from the United States, either Altius 700, which are like anti-armor kamikaze drones. They circle around waiting for something to dive on, or Altius 600 reconnaissance drones. So a large number of those, as you'll see here, roughly around 2,000 of those in combination. And the information for the next bullet is a little fuzzier in terms of what the MND has put out, but basically a whole bunch of other UAVs as well. Again, some of it possibly purchased in the United States, but I think much of it also to come from sort of indigenous development within Taiwan itself, as well as for UAV countermeasure systems. Category 4 is kind of an odd mishmash. It seems to me, once again, like the MND has and the executive yuan have released a fair amount of information about this budget, but much of it is still classified or has not been released to the public. But part of category 4 is for anti-tank, anti-vehicle systems, either for Javelin or for TOW-2B anti-armor systems. These are sort of infantry carried, like shoulder-mounted anti-tank weapons. Again, that's the part of it that's clearer. Per the MND and Taiwan's executive branch, much of the purpose rather of the special supplemental defense budget is also to help fund a sort of an air defense system for Taiwan, what's been termed either the Taiwan Dome or a T-Dome, sort of modeled roughly on the air defense system that is employed by Israel. Once again, it isn't entirely clear, but there is this vague category of various anti-air missile systems that isn't further delineated. It's my educated guess, I could be entirely wrong. I think the funding for that Taiwan Dome T-Dome system seems to be kind of looped in with this category. If you just look at the cost of it, again, these are by far the two biggest categories in the budget. See, category 3 is for 335 billion Thai baht, and category 4 is for 550 billion Thai baht. If you put those two things together, really that's like 70% of the special budget overall. So these are the two big categories right here. We'll move to the next one. The remaining categories are much smaller. Categories 5, 6, and 7. Category 5 is it's a little bit vague in terms of the information that's been released about it. It's termed as artificial intelligence assisted C5 ISR. That's an acronym that always gets confusing. The U.S. military keep adding more C's, basically, like command and control, and then communications and computers, and I think cyber got added as well. I'm still fuzzy as to what the difference between computers and cyber is, but they each get their own C, as well as intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance. So C5 ISR. This category is designated for AI support systems for C5 ISR, but again, it's in the information that's been made public. It's not really much clearer beyond that. This is a relatively small category, as you'll see, at 10 billion Thai baht. Category 6 is almost it's for a combination of ammunition, artillery ammunition. So we're trying to build up stockpiles of ammunition within Taiwan, since resupply in a crisis situation is a significant concern. As well as this category is also sort of a grab bag of other miscellaneous military equipment. night vision goggles, chemical protective masks, things like that for infantry usage. Again, this is kind of a grab bag category, and you see here at 50 billion new Taiwan dollars within the overall budget. Category 7 is quite vague in terms of what's been released or made publicly available. Equipment and systems from U.S.-Taiwan joint development and sales cooperation. So obviously intended for, again, some sort of joint development program between defense manufacturers in Taiwan and the United States. What specifically does that mean? Again, in terms of the publicly released information, it's not entirely clear, but it's also, again, a relatively small category at 64 billion Taipei. So those are the categories of what's actually in the budget, like what would be purchased with that money if the budget were to be approved. Let's see if I go on to the next one. Yeah. However, currently this proposed special supplemental defense budget has not been approved. As I mentioned, it was first proposed or presented by the Executive Yuan to the legislature, the Legislative Yuan, back in November. And since that time, it's been bottled up in the legislature. I think many of you would be aware of this, but if you're not, Taiwan currently has a divided government. The presidency, the executive branch, is under the administration of President Lai Ching-te, who is from the Democratic Progressive Party. But the majority caucus in the legislature is held by a sort of a coalition of the Kuomintang, the KMT, and the Taiwan People's Party, or TPP. And so the opposition sort of majority caucus has blocked or has not passed this budget. There have been both of the two opposition parties, the KMT and the TPP, have earlier this year, like the TPP came out with a proposed plan in January. The KMT followed up with one in March that sort of proposed much smaller special defense budgets, again, like under a quarter of the size that's been proposed by the Lai administration. And there are many contending, sort of clashing explanations, reasons for this. You'll hear from the opposition side, there are those who say, like, either like this is too expensive or we need more information about how this money would actually be spent. Some of the opposition legislators have demanded that President Lai appear before the legislature in person to brief it or discuss it. That's actually, for those of you who can read Chinese, that's on the signs held by KMT legislators here. You'll hear from the administration, from the Democratic Progressive Party, complaints basically saying that the opposition is just being blindly obstructive. They won't even move this through the committee process in the legislature. They're not engaging on this constructively. So there is a great deal of political back and forth. But the bottom line is that the budget is still stalled. Now, what are the prospects for it going forward? We'll have to see. There's been some conjecture that maybe it would move forward now that KMT Chair Zheng Liwen had her trip to the PRC this past month and is now preparing for a visit to the United States. Maybe there might be a little bit more forward motion with it, with the special budget now. There is, sort of looking to this past year, there was also a long delay or holdup with the regular annual defense budget, which was blocked in the legislature and was only moved forward, I believe it was in June of this past year, is when the 2025 budget sort of finally made its way through. So is it possible this could pass after some further wrangling, maybe after it's whittled down a little bit? I don't know. It's very difficult to say, but it does remain stalled at the moment and in the process of continuing legislation between the parties in the LY. I think I may be coming close to time, so I think I will look to wrap it up there. With, again, shameless self-promotion, we have published an article report about this. If you'd like to get a little bit more information about some of these specific issues affecting this proposed special budget, and I will very much look forward to your questions during the Q&A. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, John, for unpacking, I think, in a lot of great detail, this budget we all talk about, but don't always talk about what's inside of it. You once again stole the thunder of the job I'm supposed to do, because I was about to shamelessly plug Anybody wants to do a deeper dive on John's presentation or any of the presentations today, again, Global Taiwan Institute put out a great special issue. I read through every one of the articles yesterday. Definitely endorse people who want to kind of explore a bit more. So next we'll turn to Pingshan Lai, who is a research associate at the Asia Pacific Security Chair at the Hudson Institute and a non-resident fellow at the Taiwan International Foundation. Her main research interests include US-China relations, specifically looking at China's comprehensive national power projects, as well as cross-strait affairs and China's provincial engagement along its periphery. This morning, she'll be discussing Taiwan's indigenous submarine program and the attempts to use that to build a non-red supply chain. So,
Thank you. Thank you, Mike, for the introduction. And shamefully, also getting into John's point, also a Johns Hopkins Science graduate. And thank you for that introduction, John, from the budget. I'll shifting over a little bit more to the indigenous submarine program that Taiwan has been building and looking at Haikun, our one success at the moment, and the future obstacles that we might face in building a non-red supply chain, and how that submarine program could actually extend to sectors such as cybersecurity systems or drones. And so on September, for a little bit of background, on September 28th of 2025, a new chapter in Taiwan defense history was written with the launch of the submarine Haikun. This is our first diesel-fueled submarine that is fully made in Kaohsiung, the southern city of Taiwan. The project was launched by former President Tsai Ing-wen under the Haichang Plan, which is part of this big project of building indigenous defense forces. And so for many, the Haikun completion and diving trials, which happened this year in late January and early February, accounts for a major achievement on Taiwan's indigenous submarine program. And for those of us who studies global security and industrial policy, the success of Haikun represents something even more profound. It is this proof that the non-red supply chain can become true. And so building this domestic submarine without prior experience in Taiwan, while facing a lot of systematic international isolation from Beijing, is not short of a miracle. And today I want to look at how Haikun is not just a submarine, but a blueprint to how Taiwan and the world itself can decouple critical defense industries from PRC's influence. As I noted in my recent piece in the Global Taiwan Brief here at the Global Taiwan Institute, the road to the Haikun was full of obstacles. In an interview with the head of CSBC Corporation, the Taiwanese company that built Haikun, the head, Chen Zhentong, described the sourcing process as rife with difficulties. The reality is that if Taiwan would have struck a deal with foreign suppliers, the PRC military attachés at that country would then later come and pressure those suppliers not to cancel their deals with Taiwan. And so this is the reality of our defense acquisition and this constant struggle to go against the red supply chain from PRC. And then recently has been always a time when PRC really exploit this vulnerability that Taiwan has. And I think it's important to note that vulnerability is not the way for us to go to peace, and it would only be exploited by our adversaries. So despite these obstacles and internal skepticism Taiwan has, many who was years ago made fun of Haikun could never finish its diving trials. Haikun stands today because of a coalition of the willing. So countries like the United States, the UK, Australia, South Korea, India, Spain, and Canada all contributed talents, arts, and technical expertise to the success of Haikun. And we saw it in the US State Department's approve of critical technology licenses to Taiwan that allows the Haikun to integrate Lockheed Martin's combat system and Northrop Grumman's solar suits. So I think the similar efforts are seen in countries that doesn't have official diplomatic ties with Taiwan, and yet is still willing to build a supply chain outside of PRC's influence, because there is a need of decoupling from that dependency. And we have seen this in recent cases with South Korea, with Australia, with Japan, and then later with the US, when China threatens to use economic coercion towards this country when it comes into China's interest. So I think to turn into the non-red supply chain, I think we need to look at the broader geopolitical landscape. If we look at the Beijing's 15 5-year plan, it explicitly calls for economic development and national security fusion. So it stated the comments to ensure security and development and to pursue development through security. That means that economic tools will be then used if ensure to Beijing's sovereignty, territorial claim, and also expansion with their economic growth and also military growth. And I think for Taiwan, that risk is becoming more acute. According in our first panel, if you do not come in, but join our first panel, according to the Taiwan's National Statistic Bureau, between 2020 and 2024, espionage cases in Taiwan has spiked from single digits to over 60 individuals, and they are specifically targeting at military and diplomatic groups. And so China's influence in Taiwan continued to grow in 2025 and 2026 and this year. That specifically looks at cyber attacks at our energy infrastructure and healthcare systems. The average day in 2025 was 2.63 million intrusion attempts. And then, so Taiwan is then reaching to a turning point where our national security should not be traded away for discounted goods. And for many who has known, we have enjoyed that discounted goods on circuits, on electronics parts with China in recent years. And so the transition to a non-red supply chain focusing on defense industry is this move towards de-risking from the critical defense industry, but also to integrate Taiwan itself into the global defense supply chain, making Taiwan more important, having the stakes so that if a contingency really happens, it comes with a great price. And so I think similar effort that is being seen includes the US-led PEXILICA, which aims at securing global supply chains for artificial intelligence and critical minerals. I think a very similar idea can be seen in the non-red defense supply chain, such as looking at drones and cybersecurity systems. And I think Taiwan can really utilize our comparative advantage, which is in technology, and it's our geographic vulnerability into this supply chain. Drones, for instance, are proven to be in many modern warfare. We've seen this in Ukraine, we've seen it in Iran, and are very critical for the island's defense as well. And so since now that we are very known for our technology, particularly in semiconductor, I think we can become a reliable partner and to really integrate into our allies' economy and their needs to really decouple from China. If we do not have that dependency, then we would less likely be coerced. And I think a very successful example is Japan with critical minerals, which they have really tried to de-risk from China's economic coercion. And I think for us, it is very important to make sure that Taiwan ensure the components in our submarines, in our drones, in our system cannot be remotely disabled, sabotaged, or tracked by the very power that these materials are meant to deter. So I think going forward, we need three really important pillars. The first is to really build up this industry that could meaningfully comprehend itself. So it ranges from education, getting to technicians that are able to participate and train by countries that are way ahead of on submarines, say South Korea, and really make sure these technicians are able to participate in the indigenous defense program. And then later on, being able to build the supply chain in Taiwan and also working with like-minded allies. And later on, to be able to sell it at a price that is approachable for allies, but also within for Taiwan's defense system. And I think the second is to make sure that we really have in the globe and with like-minded countries, a diversified supply chain that is outside of China's economic control, and that really is building up a resilience to coercive tools. And I think the third one, which a lot of people are talking about, is the domestic confidence. Taiwan stands because despite all the diplomatic coercion that we are in, we stand because of like-minded countries, their ideologies, and their willingness to contribute to this defense. And I think for Taiwan domestically, that is an important message to send, but also to show the world that Taiwan could defend itself and has the will to defend itself using the materials that we can grow homegrown. And I think that would rather be waiting for an external intervention. I think that shows a level of cooperation with the US, with the countries that really supply Taiwan, despite all the pressure coming from China. And I think in conclusion, the Typhoon is really just the beginning of Taiwan and world supply chain. And I think to sustain this momentum, the government really needs to secure long-term stable fundings to fund indigenous defense programs, not just the Typhoon, but also to extending to other parts that will be useful for Taiwan and other like-minded countries. And so I think as we observed in the Russia-Ukraine war and the recent war in Iran, drones would be one of the effective measures. Cybersecurity system that Taiwan is constantly in threat of would be one of another alternative we look at. And I think internationally, Taiwan needs to see bilateral and multilateral agreements with countries that are focusing on specific defense relevant technology. And I think this is the point where we stand in a crossroad, either being absorbed into a system that does not share the values and the island, does not share the value of the allies, or to really get Taiwan to integrate into a new, resilient, and free global supply chain. I think Typhoon has showed us the way, and I think we should have the courage to follow it.
First off, you all making my job like super easier. Like I don't think I've ever seen a panel like this. I need to invite all of you into academia. Second though, thank you very much for both highlighting this important vulnerability, but also giving us this very optimistic story that we have a way to fill this gap. Right, finally, we'd like to conclude at least the formal part of our presentations with Cara Bilson, who is a spring 2026 intern here at the Global Taiwan Institute, a student of history and economics, who also studied Mandarin at Shirda. Cara is also an incoming student, and I'm starting to feel surrounded here at Johns Hopkins. I have no affiliation. So before joining GTI, Cara worked at Sustainable Food NGO in Taiwan, where she developed a risk mitigation framework to address that country's reliance on imported beef. Her research interests include national security and economic diplomacy, which set her up very nicely for today's presentation on Taiwan-EU defense cooperation.
Introduction and also for giving a great oversight into Taiwan's need for a non-red supply chain. That's actually something I'm very focused on. Sorry. So Taiwan's focus on developing a non-red supply chain internationally is something that I'm going to be addressing in my presentation too, specifically with examples of how Europe has been collaborating on defense technology with Taiwan. So Europe's contribution to Taiwan's defense industry, although quiet, merits attention. And over the years, we've seen limits to the EU's potential of developing large-scale munitions and arm packages, which have been sent to Taiwan. This is largely due to Chinese pressure that has been thrust upon them over the years. In the 1980s, the Netherlands sent 2 submarines to Taiwan and were quickly rebuffed by China, who immediately downgraded their relations, and then the Netherlands promised to never send any forms of arms packages to Taiwan again. Something very similar happened in the early 1990s when France sent 6 naval frigates and 60 Mirage jets to Taiwan. And again, the PRC responded by closing the consulate general in Guangzhou. And again, the French ended up having to go back on their resolutions to continue moving forward with arms sales to Taiwan. So 3 decades have gone past, and there have been no big ticket defense item sales between Taiwan and Europe. But today I'm going to be speaking to you about how, as a result of this economic pressure, Europe has taken a different trajectory, and cooperation with Taiwan has taken a much subtler form in the form of discrete partnerships in defense technology. So in an era in which drones and satellite technology is crucial towards shaping the characteristics of modern warfare, Taiwan needs to keep pace in order to engage with the international community, and that's how they will maintain pace and keep abreast with the rapid technological change that is happening. And it will help to underpin their efforts of developing a non-red supply chain. that dilutes China's grip over critical defense and security technologies moving forward. So today I'm going to run you through 3 areas of Taiwan defense collaborations with Europe, starting with submarine technology, going on to UAV and drone technology, and then finishing on satellite technology with connectivity resilience. So I won't go too into detail about the Haikon class. Pinshan mentioned it and described what the program, what the indigenous submarine program is. So I just wanted to briefly talk about how European countries have been engaging with Taiwan on this development. So from March 2023, the British government approved export licenses to companies engaging in submarine-related components and technology to Taiwan, totaling about $201 million. Germany also followed suit just last year. In August, they sent over periscopes and also machine component parts for the submarine engines. So as you can see, in light of this assistance from Europe, Taiwan is seeing its first indigenous voyage of the Haikon maiden voyage, which happened this year. And Germany and the UK are helping Taiwan to reach its goal of deploying 2 domestically developed submarines by 2027. Okay, so next we're going to be talking about UAV drones. So as you probably know, both Taiwan and Europe have been facing increasing incursions on their airspace, both from Russian and Chinese UAVs. There's been an overlap in mutual benefit of collaboration in order to counter these encroachments. So the rapid expansion of Poland's demand for Taiwanese drones has laid the path for an emergent defense supply chain, which has been happening between Taiwan and Europe. So from January to August of last year, Poland absorbed almost 60% of Taiwan's drone imports, of Taiwan's drone exports. Recent Polish appetite for UAVs, it's no surprise that these are linked to a covert supply chain, which is going directly to Ukraine, which again offers Taiwan a direct insight into how their drone development can be used on the battlefield. The resolution that I've put up here was passed in January 2020 of this year by the European Parliament, and it was titled Drones and New Systems of Warfare, the EU's Need to Adapt to be Fit for Today's Security Challenges. And within this resolution, the European Parliament specifically mentioned Indo-Pacific partners that they're hoping to engage further with, name-dropping Taiwan as a place that they're wanting to develop further collaboration when it comes to defense technology, specifically with drone technology, with submarine cable security and countering foreign information operations. So with this in mind, it seems like both the EU and Taiwan are paving the way for future cooperation in defense industry. We've also seen just on the 2nd of April this year, Foreign Minister Lin Jialong said in a statement on social media that Taiwan is willing to actively engage in exchange and cooperation with the EU, specifically in the defense industry. However, there is a little bit of a spanner in the works, which just came last week. China banned or put on the blacklist 7 European countries which have been linked to defense collaborations with Taiwan. So it remains to be seen how Europe is going to react to this, whether they will continue to move forward with their current measures of defense technology engagement with Taiwan, or whether this will force them to develop a recalibration of where they're going to move in the future. Finally, connectivity resilience, which is specifically focused on satellite technology. So in recent years, awareness has grown of just how important undersea cables have been in regards to carrying internet and other forms of electronic communication. As a result of Chinese and Russian incursion, again, putting cables in both regions, both Europe and Taiwan have started to grapple with the potential needing to look at alternatives in order to end this vulnerability that they're currently experiencing. So in order to diversify its internet connectivity sources away from undersea cables, Taiwan has looked to Europe to develop their multi-orbit satellite systems. So by deploying telecommunication satellite technologies in low and medium Earth orbit, Taiwan aims to mitigate against potential undersea telecommunications infrastructure in the future and to preserve internal telecommunications networks. Right now, we're seeing two of Europe's largest satellite providers, Eutelsat OneWeb, which is a French-British merger company, and SES, which is a Luxembourg-based company. They are partnering with Taiwan's state-run telecommunications company, Chunghwa Telecom, to develop multiple initiatives based on satellites. So one of them is where OneWeb is allowing Chunghwa to utilize their already orbiting LEO satellites in order to increase their security, their secure communications. And then the second project, it has just been developed with SES. And the MOU has just been signed, whereby they're going to SES are going to start developing a 03B mPower gateway in Taiwan, which is a very complicated name. But basically, you can see on the screen, I've put a picture of one of these gateways and what they look like. And it basically allows an on-the-ground station for satellites that are in orbit to be able to seek information from. So even though Europe has yet to sell Taiwan any military end products, European nations continue to serve as an important partner to Taiwanese defense through provision of dual-use input technologies. It's going to be really interesting to see how Europe contends with Chinese pressure moving forward. We'd like to see a change from the historical status quo and hope that Taiwan and Europe can continue to establish these developing technological collaborations. Thank you very much. If you'd like to read more on this, I'm also going to plug my GTV, which is called The Arsenal of Democracy, the Taiwan and Europe's expanding defense collaborations.
Thank you. I don't know about you, but I'm in shock. I was today years old. The first time I saw three excellent panelists give three presentations, which still left more time for questions than the presentations themselves. So hold your horses, because I'm going to use some of that then by gobbling it up for a few questions of my own. But first off, let me just say, really do appreciate not just the precision and the brevity. That is a very rare combination. And again, the deeper dive, go to all three of these articles and please read them. But the fact that these presentations, when talking defense issues, so often those conversations go to a very negative, pessimistic place, all the headwinds, all the challenges. Here we had three presentations that acknowledged the challenges, but also helped us see a blueprint, to steal from King John, a blueprint for a way forward. So with that in mind, maybe I'll grab that moderator's prerogative just because we do have a few extra minutes. Ask maybe each panelist two questions. And originally, John, I had just had one softball question for each of you, but you said read the articles and push us. So I'm going to, so one nice, easy one and one, I won't say a hard ball, but a little bit closer to a fastball pitch TG. So I'll go through that and then take your turns whacking at it or just ignore the questions and we'll open the floor. So John, to lead off here, you didn't get a chance to talk about it today in the presentation, but your article does a really good job of talking about Washington's response to this delay in the special defense budget and all the pressure, some of which is over Twitter, and I'm sure quite a bit of which is happening in closed doors when people coming here and going. I would love to hear your thoughts on the degree to which this, let's just call it soft coercion, is likely to work or likely to backfire, given sometimes, I won't say who, but somebody said at Twitter about Taiwan's parliament. Literally, right, there's a chance for things to ricochet as Americans who don't understand domestic politics. So just kind of how do you see that playing out? And then, your presentation, your article do an excellent job of detailing the debate in Taiwan. But if I may say, they sort of elide a very important structural background variable, which is, and I've been a big proponent of asymmetry, but asymmetry, I think even those of us who think it's the way to go, it only works with the US backstop. The US may not quite be the backstop that we looked like in years previous. So how does that change the tenor of the debate, and how should us make us optimistic about the prospects for spending this much money, given some very understandable skepticism in the public for will America be there if we go all into this route? John, so thank you again for doing such an excellent job of showing us why the IDS program is a useful blueprint for building these non-red supply chains. First question I would have, again, it's a great story. Every good thing has a downside. Every prescription has side effects. Sourcing parts from around the world, this coalition of the willing, it's a great story. It does create some integration challenges. I know at least one expert has likened the IDS program to the United Nations of systems. So if you could maybe talk a little bit about the drawbacks, it may be the only path forward, but we should acknowledge what those drawbacks are. And maybe, and I apologize in advance, having written on this topic, this has been a bit more of a hardball question. You make a very compelling case for why IDS gives us a blueprint for non-red supply chains. Very convinced by that. Now that we have the roadmap, we need the other 6 submarines. And could you wrestle with the trade-offs? Talking $40 billion special budget, already a great degree of skepticism, at least in one part of the political spectrum. For each of those submarines, that's 60 very well-developed and mature missile boats Taiwan could buy, 6 times 60. That's an entire armada. So if you could help us think through that challenge. And then Cara, again, great job, I think, of highlighting the subtle but very important and meaningful shifts in Taiwan-EU relationships. It's 2 parts here. You started to hint at this, how do you see this relationship evolving? But in particular, because again, a big backdrop variable is what looks like a US withdrawal from the continent in some form or fashion is going to force Europe to focus on kind of what's happening on its front porch. It's doing so in a very meaningful and impressive way. And obviously, Europe is going to be capable of walking and chewing gum at the same time, but there will be trade-offs. Could you help us think about how you see that unfolding? And then really to pick up on a strand, I think you very helpfully illustrated at the end of your presentation. In the United States, it is common to talk about Europe writ large. China clearly recognizes that it can pick off different targets in Europe, and we're seeing that happen. So what do you see as the prospects for solidarity, just given the fact that clearly we're going to see more of China trying to drive some very specific wedges in a way the US and this administration may not be quite as well adept or attuned to countering? Sure. So when we're integrating systems of systems from multiple countries around the world, these things don't often play well together. I think that is one of the challenges the prototype has been suffering from. So great blueprint for getting the parts here, but if we have a bunch of systems that sometimes aren't going to work well together, what does that mean? Especially when trying to rapidly integrate new things, field them in a way that will actually mature.
All right, I guess I'm on the hook for the first of those. Thanks, Mike. That requires a very somewhat complicated, meandering answer. Getting back to the question was basically, in terms of the political back and forth within Taiwan over the special budget. What are some of the reasons for that? And yes, that there has been sort of commentary and criticism about that that's come from people here in America. And is sort of that, helpful or will that backfire in terms of political discussions in Taiwan? First of all, I think to rewind a little bit, there has been a sort of percolating in the background of both, in Taiwan, for a number of years, there has been what is often termed, America skepticism theory, sort of the fear that America is an unreliable ally, America will abandon Taiwan. And it's sort of a parallel to that has developed in some discussions or discourse here in America, basically like, will Taiwan defend itself? Like, what is Taiwan? So will to fight. And, is America expected to come to Taiwan's defense if Taiwan isn't really going to be serious about defending itself? So there are these sort of dueling narratives, I think both of which kind of distort much more complicated realities. When the special supplemental budget was proposed in November, Taiwan's executive branch certainly made a push to try to promote it. For example, President Lai Ching-te put out an editorial. It was in the Washington Post, I believe it was. Put out under his name, laying out the case for the special budget. And as it's been stalled in Taiwan's legislature over the past few months, there have been, a number of persons here in America, like I think Senator Wicker, I believe, from Mississippi, Senator Sullivan, from Alaska, both made comments about this, basically saying like, hey, this is unacceptable. And, for the opposition caucus and the legislature, you really need to move this forward. The Washington Post put out an editorial 2 weeks ago, I think it was, that also discussing this issue. And, it included some mention of this sort of underlying thought of, well, hey, if Taiwan isn't going to be serious about its own defense, how can it expect America to be supporting it? So all that is certainly in the background. In terms of whether that's helpful or whether that would actually maybe backfire and work against passage of the budget, it's complicated because I think on the side of the opposition caucus in the legislative unit, the reasons for opposing or delaying passage of the special budget are also complex. I think the Kuomintang, the primary opposition party, is not a monolith. There are different factions, different people within it who have different views. And I guess just expressing my own opinion, I think some of those objections are more respectable than others. I think you could raise some legitimate concerns. Again, I kind of the more respectable side of the opposition arguments. You could raise concern about the costs of it, and looking at particular components of the budget. Would there be better ways to spend this money, for example? So there are some of those concerns about costs. I also think to many who are either policymakers within the opposition parties, again, primarily the Kuomintang we're talking about, and also within their vote with their base voters, I think there's a lower threat perception in regards to China that you might find, again, as contrasted with people who are supporters of the DPP. If you talk to some, KMT people who work on defense issues, they'll kind of like downplay the threat of an attack or an invasion from the PRC. Like, no, it's not going to happen. They really can't do it. It's too difficult. Like, all this talk of an invasion from the PRC is really overblown. So I think there are lower threat perceptions that play into it as well. And obviously, if you have a lower threat perception, you have less incentive to want to put forth money or, for increased defense spending. And then as you kind of move from more respectable to less respectable sides of the opposition arguments, I think sort of just an element of blind partisan politics plays into it as well. And we can see a lot of blind partisan politics within our own politics here in the US, right? If one side says 2 + 2 = 4, the other side will have to very angrily jump up and in outrage at this. And then again, getting into the really less respectable parts of that, I think there are some persons. I'm not going to paint everyone with in the KMT with that brush. There are certain individuals I think who may have been unduly influenced in some ways by the Chinese government. So that there's a whole range of issues there. So in terms of whether like U.S. commentary or pressure is helpful or whether it would backfire, I mean, it kind of depends upon what the motivations are of the person who's receiving that message. If you're from one of the people within the opposition of the KMT, perhaps a little more concerned with maintaining positive relations with the United States. Once again, something you'll often hear in that context or coming out of those discussions is that Taiwan needs to use both feet to walk down the street. The phrase that you'll use when you have good relations with better relations with Beijing, but also maintain good relations with Washington. But if you are concerned, if you're one of the people in the KMT a little more concerned with maintaining good relations with America, then you're probably going to take some of that on board and hey, maybe we do need to move this forward. If your motivations are different, then you're probably not going to care too much about what that U.S. pressure might be. So it's kind of a complicated picture. And again, it kind of it depends what that person's motivations are.
I think back to the first question I asked, the clarification. The way I see Haikun is a lot like a quilt. Like they really is like all these parts and technology and systems that are putting together. And as many who does sewing knows that the code initially doesn't look that perfect. And a lot of time, I think it comes down to the question that in improvement, we need technicians either from these countries to train the team to make sure the systems work together better and trying to learn from that mistakes, right? Like what are the things that are working? And in future submarines, so to the second question, the 6 submarines, I think that's an improvement of what works and where should we source, like certain parts should come together, since the outer, I know one of the criticism is how the interior of Haikun has like parts that are mismatched. So I think that is parts that we would want to improve, but and essentially I think I see Haikun a lot like a prototype, like your first, like kind of the first Apple phone, but in a very much in the defense industry. So I think there's much to improve there. And I still have a more optimistic vision of on how the future submarines would look like. And so I think to whether or not we really need 6 submarines, that is a huge cost at the moment. But I think what is important to recognize is that we have old submarines at the moment, accounting not accepting Haikun. There's from our US and European allies. Haikun itself, the function is a diesel fuel submarine. It monitors the system across the straits and it is able to be in participation of rescue mission in the future. So I think that 6-member submarine will not magically appear in next year or so. I look at it in a more long-term planning, and I think every version of it will need to improve and try to learn which parts of it and which countries do we want to participate in, and which technician we should bring and train our future technician on building these submarines together. So I think instead of like looking at it as like a huge investment in a one-time payment, I think look at it in the long term. We are an island and surrounded with ocean and with straits. I think they're a lot more useful than we think they are.
Thank you.
Yeah, so in regards to the question, how do I see relationships evolving in the defense realm with Europe and Taiwan? I am very optimistic. I see the building blocks and the foundation being laid, as you can tell by the legislation that's being put across by the European Parliament. We can also see that Taiwan and Europe face similar restrictions and similar threats in regards to Chinese encroachment and Russian encroachment in their regions. So it makes a lot of sense to see some unity there and policy moving forward. I think, unfortunately, recently Europe is very much recalibrating its relationship with America. And as a result of this, I think they're looking for alternative partners, and Taiwan, given its semiconductor industry and its indigenous drone industry, has positioned itself extremely well to be a partner moving forward. The second question, which was prospects for solidarity between Europe, I think I'm less optimistic about this. I went to a talk a year ago that always stands by in my mind, where a King's College professor from London mentioned it would be really great if we had a United States of Europe to work with. However, this is unfortunately not the case. Europe very much is not a one-track mind, and the countries all have their own initiatives and projects moving forward. You can see that the Czech Republic and Poland are probably leading the way at the moment in development of tech with Taiwan, focusing on the drone industry. Merrick's also did a really brilliant report recently where they spoke about how different countries look at China for exports and the popular opinion towards China in different countries in Europe, and it's very diverse. So I would never take European opinion as one. I think it's very diverse, ranging on the country that you speak to.
Great. Well, without further hesitation, let's open it up. Garrett, please.
Garrett Van I'm also teaching at George Mason University, Taiwan history. I had to comment on a question, all good presentations, but comment on the question for the two ladies. You did mention the sale of the Dutch submarines in 1981. And actually, I was at the Ministry of Economic Affairs at that time. And the reason that the government approved it was that my boss, Minister of Economic Affairs, was much more powerful than the Minister of Foreign Affairs. So we got it through. So that was great. But a few years later, when Taiwan came for more submarines, the government had shifted and the Minister of Foreign Affairs was much more powerful. So what I'm saying is the domestic balance also makes quite a difference whether countries want to be involved with Taiwan or not.
That's a really good point, actually. I'll have to pick your brains about that more afterwards.
Then the question was basically following up on what Mike Hansaker said, is the trade-off between building another so many of these submarines or going to a system of much smaller sea drones and so on and so forth. The question is it an either-or proposition, or would it be feasible or possible to do both, or necessary to do both?
I don't think it's an either or. I think I wouldn't frame it as like a necessary, because it will become a political question whether or not that budget could really push to if we have a smaller sea drones and then a larger submarine, for instance. But I think it is, as you mentioned, it is important to have both. But on six, the number, I don't see it as I stated earlier, as a number that is really that approachable in the next few years, I would say. So I think the good idea is to have simultaneous development on possibly submarine program or a small sea drone, and also maybe like a drone in the industry that is happening. So I think since it's so entrepreneur in the sense that I think testing out in the next, say, 5 years, what is more approachable economically, partnership wise, and also on our feasibility doing it domestically. I think those three, and also including the cybersecurity system, should be the ones that we test out and really see what really works. So I don't think it's a pick and choose. I think it's more so testing at this period of time, at this stage, since we still have the time, and then to really see what we have in comparative advantage on, and try to further develop and maybe mass production on that.
Thank you.
Second place.
Thanks for your insights in this panel. I'm Lieutenant Commander from Taiwan Navy, currently the visiting fellow at Institute for Indo-Pacific Security. I have a questions on our IDS program, Tycoon. So a piece of news is reported it's a prototype Tycoon is using 6 propulsion engine. And the reason of it is because the German government refused to sell its military use engine to Taiwan. So Taiwan has no choice but to purchase the commercial use engine, which means it's lower output power. So from me as logistics officer's perspective, it will definitely increase the difficulty and the cost of maintenance and repair. So I know with the Tycoon it's just the prototype, so it's defined for its next subsequent ships to be changed. However, so we can see the problem that we have some difficulty to seek the technical support from European countries. We know that Tycoon has gotten many supports from like the UK and Germany. So my question is how can we to break through this difficulty to seek more deeper and more effective military support, technical support from the European countries, because the European countries, not like the US, which can give us the much higher and powerful support.
Yeah, I think it's a work in progress. Europe is much more under pressure from China than America is, and as a result of that, I think they're very reluctant to provide too many resources to Taiwan. I think the tides are changing and they're looking more towards like we see with this resolution, they're looking towards developing further collaboration moving forward. I'm not surprised that Germany didn't give its like state-of-the-art equipment to Taiwan, but all I can say is I hope to see that as these like initiatives develop in the future, there's more kind of solidarity between Europe and engaging with Taiwan and kind of trying to overcome this this Chinese pressure. And especially, I think it's going to be helpful to get like a focus on the non-red supply chain from Taiwan, because Taiwan is producing or focusing on producing a lot of the resources and the technological equipment that Europe used to rely on China for. And now that Taiwan is filling that gap, I think there's going to be much more opportunity in the future for the collaboration.
Sir, a quick two-finger on the IDS question.
Yes, great picture again. Like also to respond to the Lieutenant Commander's point, but also before that, say only 6 Haikun. That seems okay, maybe not all that encouraging. But when you also consider that the US Navy is about to put into production a new class of very small lightweight torpedo. This torpedo is able to, you can stuff 3 of these into a normal 533 millimeter torpedo tube. So, you know, according to open data, the loadout for Haikun could rise from 18 big torpedoes to 50 or more small torpedoes. Times 6, 300 torpedoes. You know, then you're looking at 6 Haikun submarines with the ability to take out about 80 to 90% of the bloody Chinese Navy. I mean, that's to me kind of encouraging. Now, now to the question and your comment responding to the Lieutenant Commander. Europe has had a longer history, or just as long history, of assisting China's military as it has assisting on and off Taiwan's military, selling major things both ways. In those mirages that were sold to Taiwan could have gone to China. It cost too much in the early 1980s, so they went to Taiwan. Is it useful going forward to consider 2 approaches? First, the Americans are already twisting arms in Latin America to promote relationships, you know, open political relationships with Taiwan. Please don't drop Taiwan. Don't do it. Would it be useful for the Americans to more openly promote European, Japanese, South Korean, whatever defense collaboration, quiet collaboration with Taiwan as the United States revisits or NGOs can revisit the failed history of Europe's military assistance to the People's Liberation Army, all the systems, the threat that's been created, not just to Taiwan, but to everybody.
Yeah, I think you're right. The European Union has, sorry, could you repeat the second part of your question?
Yes, why not both at the level of the US government and private NGOs revisit the failed history of European military assistance to the People's Liberation Army?
Yeah, I remember what you were going to say. I think the points that you mentioned about America, maybe doing something similar in the way that they're doing in Latin America to kind of start focusing more on pushing towards more Taiwan engagement is actually something that's not like a very good idea in Europe. I think there's a problem right now with a lot of European nations are extremely entangled in trade with China. 21% of Europe's overall exports come from China, and this is where the roadblock hits. So it's very hard to get around that moving forward. I think that's why I'm kind of advocating advocating for development in defense technology as opposed to large arms packages, which have been kind of not gone, or they've kind of been left in the past, really. I don't see Europe making any kind of moves in that direction moving forward. In an ideal world, if Europe were able to collaborate and America could collaborate too, this would be, everyone could create a non-red supply chain and help Taiwan with a non-red supply chain underpinned by democratic values. However, this remains to be seen. Hopefully with further collaboration in Europe and with maybe a push from America, we'll see more defense tech collaborations moving forward, but I don't think we're going to see big ticket items.
Please. Mark, for your JP, because I do have a question on the special defense budget. I mean, a lot of pressure on Taiwan is now to pass the bill, but there are less discussion of which version of it should be passed. I'm just wondering, instead of the 1.1225 trillion NT budget, do you think KNT's version, because they have different fraction of which ones they support, but I mean, is KNT's version of the budget acceptable to US if it's passed?
Sure. Well, I'll almost have to give two answers. At least in terms of conversations, and I think in Washington, I mean, aside from a relatively small group of specialists in this area, I think there may be very limited awareness of the differences in different proposed versions of that bill. I think just the general consensus would be like the legislature needs to pass it, or needs to pass the version that's been put forth by the Lai Ching-te administration. In terms of a scaled down version of it, I mean, I don't want to get too much into offering punditry in favor of one package or another. At least in terms of what's been offered from the proposed TPP version, the proposed KMT version, it would largely be covering parts of purchases that were parts of U.S. arms sales approved this past December. I mean, it would be, so there would be parts of the special budget that would be addressed, and some of those things would be things like the anti-tank missiles, the javelins and the TOW missiles, or the HIMARS, the Altius drones, some of that. There would be if those, like if one of those versions were picked out and passed, like okay, it would, like I said, it would largely cover some of those more prominent systems that once again were approved as in terms of arms sales that were announced in December. It would leave a number of things out. Like particularly one of the most prominent things would be the funding for UAV, production and acquisitions. Again, not to get too much into personal commentary. I mean, I would view that as very, very important. I would argue that the war in Ukraine has clearly demonstrated the importance and utility of UAVs in modern warfare. There are other parts, other parts of the budget I think are a little fuzzy. As I mentioned, the senior officials from the Lai administration have also mentioned that a lot of this funding from like their version of the proposed special budget is also intended to support an air defense system, a T-dome. Again, from the information that's been released, it's not entirely clear like what the components of that would be or how that funding would be built. I think that would also be something of a great deal of utility, although I also understand some of the concerns about the cost of it. It would be quite expensive as well. So again, I'm not really prepared to get into offering arguments in favor of like any one particular slice of the proposed budget, except to say that again, I think if one of the like opposition proposals were used, again, it would cover some of the more prominent, bigger ticket items. Again, HIMARS, the anti-tank missiles, so forth. But it wouldn't really provide funding for some of the things that I do think are quite important. Once again, like the large package of funding for UAV production and purchase.
We're coming near the end of our time, so might I propose, I'm going to batch up 3 questions. I will try not to be right or left biased, work my way around here. I would just ask number 1, please identify who the question's to. Number 2, keep the question short. And number 3, if somebody's already asked a question to somebody else, please let's just be ecumenical and distribute the 3 questions. So lead us.
Jared Jeter from New Lines. I had a question for Ms. Lai. Given that China maintains a strong monopoly over the production of certain elements such as gallium or germanium, how realistic is large-scale military and economic decoupling from the PRC in regards to these materials?
Let me batch up two more real quick here. So please.
Okay, Tim, from the Taiwan Navy, and also as a visiting fellow in preparation. Just a little comment for the submarine thing. Submarine serve as a strategic role because at the face of amphibious landing operations from PRC, they eventually have to use their men and soldiers to conquer or to take over Taiwan. But at this time, if you have 6 or more submarine and they don't know where they are, that's a big deterrence for them to conduct the final amphibious operation. You can take over Taiwan by drones, by your UAV, UAS. Maybe you can destroy them. And also that the submarine also be the threat to their carriers because you won't know where these submarines are. And also combined with the new technology, like UV drones with the traditional convention submarines, it can cause more deterrence for the potential conflict between Taiwan Strait and also for Pillar 8 Navy. And my question is for the concerning too. And as my research, I know even though our drone production is escalating and improving nowadays, but market share, the global market share is still very small. It's out of the top 10. The top one we all know is China, and then is some European countries. So in this case, many domestic companies, they don't want to invest in that because the market share and the potential profit is a little bit, it's not enough. It's not good enough for them to invest in this area. So what do you think about this?
Well, I failed to get 3 questions for 3 people, but I did get 2 questions for 1 person. So John, you get the honors of
I hope we get one more question.
Unfortunately, our 4-legged friend will be very angry at us, so you get the last word.
So I think on large scale decoupling, I still don't think it's possible. But I think what we see in the US effort with Pacifica is trying to really source from other countries that have like critical minerals that could touch on the points. But I think on a large scale, I still don't think it's approachable. But what we need to do is slowly at sort of not small scale, but like medium scale to try to form that supply chain as an alternative. I think the idea is to reduce dependency and to create alternative to avoid economic coercion. So I don't think we could in the future like just decouple completely from China, especially when you're exposed to say the critical minerals and galliums like the China pose. But I think that alternative supply chain will create a certain pressure to China that if you're not going to sell to us, if you're going to use the chemicals to coerce to us, then we will need to find our allies to buy, regardless of how that will look like for them, and also how the price could be also more expensive. So back to Tian's point, I think on the domestic issue, it needs government support, it needs funding and permanent funding that can fund that. I think it's also comes to working with other allies to lower that cost down, because if we're doing this alone, I think that's going to significantly increase the price. And I think that's also come to incentives of for overseas manufacturers willing to work with us. And I think that comes with government support on the layer to private companies. And this also comes to incentivize private companies that there is benefits whether it's national security wise or economically, like being able to compete maybe not on price, but on certain features that we could sell to our like-minded countries.
All right, well, all's well that ends on time, and especially when it's as rich and thoughtful as this. So please join me in thanking our 3 panelists.
All right, thank you very much, Mike. Everyone, we'll be taking a 20-minute break. We have available on the table out here. We'll be doing a little bit of transition up front here. But please take the chance to chat or just have something to eat, and we'll reconvene for our final panel.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks once again for joining us today for today's event. We're going to be starting our third panel, our third discussion for the day, and we have two. By the way, I'm John Dotson, the director of the Global Taiwan Institute. We have two very distinguished speakers who've been very kind enough to join us today and to share some of their experiences and insights gained both from long military careers in the United States military, but also from civilian policymaking decisions post-retirement as well. To my immediate left, first we have Lieutenant General Wallace Chip Gregson of the United States Marine Corps. Had first a distinguished career as a Marine Corps infantry officer, I believe it was, in which he held a number of senior positions, including Director of Asia Pacific Policy in the Office of the Secretary of Defense from 1998 to 2000. Subsequent to that, he served in senior command positions in the Pacific, both as Commanding General of the 3rd Marine Expeditionary Force in Japan, and subsequent to that as Commanding General of Marine Corps Forces of Pacific and Marine Corps Forces Central Command.
Your introduction is rising the length of my remarks here.
I will try to move it along, but I want to give everyone their due. And subsequent to retirement from active duty military service, then served as Assistant Secretary of Defense for Asian and Pacific Security Affairs. And then we're also joined today by Rear Admiral Mark Montgomery, who served 32 years in the United States Navy as a nuclear trained surface warfare officer, surface nuke, and also served in a number of senior positions, including Deputy Director for Plans, Policy, and Strategy at the U.S. European Command, and then as a flag officer, served as the Director of Operations, or J3, at the U.S. Pacific Command, as the commander of Carrier Strike Group 5 aboard the USS George Washington in Japan, and then subsequent to retirement, also served for a time as the policy director for the Senate Armed Services Committee under the late Senator John McCain, and now works with the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, just right down the street. But gentlemen, once again, I wanted to offer my personal thanks for you joining us today. Chip, I think you said you had some comments you wish to make. Or
yeah, I guess I can start off with some, and then we can move on from there. Our Taiwan policy has always been hard to explain. Whenever you have to start going through Taiwan Relations Act, the 6 assurances, all these other things, and everybody's eyes glaze over if they haven't been privy to this. I had the experience a couple of times in the Pentagon of traveling overseas, and when I was stationed overseas, I was counseled by various people concerned that the airplane trip I was taking stopped in Taipei on its way to someplace else, and I was not allowed out of the airport. It's in the links that we went to in those days because of our stated policy that we were going to help China reintegrate into the international system, and the underlying assumption that as China got richer, they would moderate, which caused us to go through a number of different gyrations in our policy toward Taiwan. Now we're a lot better, although I think that we're missing something. We, the United States, have been watching things develop in the Pacific for the last 30 years. China's made their intentions quite clear. We've had the Davidson window of China being able to move in 2027 or 2028. We've watched China's industrial might, where they're, I think, building 300 ships a year, some god-awful number, and we can't seem to get one ship built without a lot of controversy. We've been watching all this, and we intellectually understand China's key position geographically. They're the center of the first island chain. the ownership of Taiwan or the friendship with Taiwan has a lot to do with what your presence is in the Pacific. We've had different exercises and things, but we haven't fundamentally come to grips with the fact that Xi Jinping has made clear his intentions on Taiwan, and we have yet to make major changes in our policies and strategies to be prepared for this. With all the questions and all the things that Americans like to talk about Taiwan and all the criticism of this program or that program, all these things probably are matters that need attention, but I'm more worried about the U.S. attitude on this. The previous discussion spent quite a bit of time talking about Taiwan submarine program. Whether it's one submarine or 6 submarines, calls into question space management underwater. The U.S. is going to be kind of paralyzed if we don't have enough interoperability with Taiwan to know what their submarines are looking at. And surface ship folks tend to get pretty nervous with a situation like that. So that's just one example. While there's probably political conditions that constrain us from developing full interoperability with the Taiwanese, we got to have some kind of plan to lash together the interoperability, the transfer of meaningful data and all those things if we need to. And to my knowledge, we don't yet have that. These are things that we have to defeat that bureaucratic monster of the way we've always done things and get something done on this so that we can have a more combined and articulate effort if we need it than we're able to do, in my opinion, right now.
Okay, thank you. Well, I have a number of questions I wanted to present as well, and I think maybe Admiral Montgomery, I'll start with you, but Chip, if you had some thoughts and wanted to comment on it as well. For Admiral Montgomery, I know you've done a fair bit of speaking lately on sort of the orientation and direction of defense reforms or defense policy in Taiwan. And I know in some of our earlier panels today, for example, we heard from Dr. Chen Liang-zhi offering his perspective on it, as well as Eric Chan. But I wanted to ask, beginning with you, sort of based on your own experience and some of the things that you've been observing over the last 2 to 3 years, what are your views on how things are going with Taiwan's defense policy? Are we seeing like positive change? Are we not seeing that? Are things going too slow? How do you see all that shaping up?
Thanks, first. Thank you to the Global Taiwan Institute for hosting this, and I think you guys do fantastic work. And I'm really honored to be here with General Greg Sidney, who's a leader on U.S.-Taiwan relations for 2 decades, which is a small coterie of people to lead. But you're listen. Let's first start with the one things. Taiwan's a model ally. We just wrote a national security strategy where we called Israel a model ally. Maybe they are. I think they are. Taiwan's a model ally. Taiwan sells hundreds of billions of dollars of chips to the United States. In fact, the president bitches that there's like a $70 billion trade imbalance. Let's be clear. That trade imbalance is the best thing that can happen to America, because those hundreds of billion dollars of chips are the soul of the U.S. economy. They power F-150s. They power Whirlpool washers, right? The Frigidaire fridge. Everything that you meaningfully use in your life is powered by chips that come from TSMC and UMC. They're a dominant supplier of both high-end logic chips, which we understand, but also the legacy chips that really, by the way, power all our weapon systems. Our weapon systems are not run by 3, 5, and 7 nanometer chips. They're run by 20 nanometer chips. They are our best ally in the world. They're the driver of our economy. There is no world in which the United States benefits from Taiwan being under the duress or the guidance of the People's Republic of China. That's number one. Number two, they've, in trade agreements with us, agreed to give $500 billion in foreign direct investment. If you look at it per capita, that's 3 or 4 times Japan. 2 or 3 times Korea. Or 2 or 3 times Japan, 3 or 4 times Korea per capita. Who are we kidding here? You know, they are the most forward-leaning country when it comes to foreign direct investment in the United States. They only buy US weapons. You can argue only we'll sell them to them, but still, they only buy US weapon systems. They're aligned with us against one of the axis of authoritarians who harasses and harangues us and our democratic allies, the People's Republic of China. And they're now at about 3% defense spending when you do it to NATO standards. And if they get this defense bill done, they'll be 3.66% defense spending in a year, headed to 5% guaranteed. President lied. So let's be clear, they're a model ally and we ought to start acting like it. So when you ask me, where's our defense policy at? We're bass backwards. We treat Taiwan like it's an outpost that we're never gonna have to fight with. Any war game that Chip or I do, I'll talk about unclassified, the US realm of casualty losses is 7,000 to 30,000. The number one discriminator in that is, are we integrated with our allies and are they participating? Let me tell you one ally who will participate in the war against China over Taiwan. So the question is, are we integrated with them? No. Right now, our defense policy is that we're deconflicted, the lowest level of possible interoperability. That means you go left, I go right. For God's sake, don't go right or I'll shoot you. The next level is coordinated, then integrated, then unified. This is us in Korea and USFK. This is us in Japan, integrated. Coordinated is us in the Philippines. The lowest level is with Taiwan. This is completely unacceptable. Our interoperability has been driven down by only one country, US decision-making, that is influenced by a fear of provoking China. So I want to get this straight. We're willing to sacrifice 7,000 or 30,000 American sailors and airmen and Marines mostly in a fight against China, but we're not willing to provoke them in a peacetime environment by training with those same Taiwan allies to drive down casualty rates. This is nonsensical. It's embarrassing, and it's going to cost American lives. What do we have to do? We have to get ourselves interoperable. We tend to think of interoperability whenever you do it, you immediately slap right to technology. Well, are we Link 16? Do we have Centrix T or Green T, whatever you want to call it? Or do we have strategic interoperability? Do we have technical interoperability weapon systems? I want all that. But it's also about interoperability in our processes. Do we exercise together? In 1979, we went cold turkey on Taiwan. We were exercising like sons of bitches with them all through the 1950s, 60s, and 70s while they hosted tens of thousands of US forces that fought in Vietnam. And we slowly degraded to 1979 when we went cold turkey and we left them with like an FM-1, which is an Army field manual that told them how to defend the Fulda Gap, and we left. No exercises, no nothing. The only time we'd ever talk to them is when we turned over a weapon system. We do it everybody. Their F-16 pilots got trained in the US, which is why their Air Force is in a better condition than anybody else to work with the United States. The problem comes that when you don't do these exercises, so we passed a law called the Taiwan Enhanced Resilience Act in 2023 that said, stop this BS, exercise, plan, operate, at least at a bilateral level, then lift it to multilateral. What does the Biden administration do and the Trump administration for the last 3 years? Almost nothing. Show me the Air Force exercises that have been going on. They're not there. Why? Because it would provoke China to have a group of US F-16s or F-15s land in Taoshao. Right? So we don't do it. We're not even smart enough to bring everyone to Guam or Palau. So it pisses me off. The Navy exercises are one step above what I would call a JO flag bag exercises. They're very basic exercises. So you got to go there and find the people. What makes people tick? Knowing other people, meeting them, having relationships. What is the one country? There's 2 countries in the world where US general officers, admirals and generals cannot visit. Ukraine, the fight we're in, and Taiwan, the fight we're going to be in. We don't allow our admirals and generals to visit with very, very few exceptions. We don't let the admirals and generals who matter, the ones who drive requirements, the ones who drive interoperability, matter. We don't let them visit. We don't have assistant secretaries visit. We don't have undersecretaries visit. We don't have deputy and secretaries visit from all kinds of agencies. And if we do, they're one-offs, once in administration. We've got to have, this is not how you fight with somebody, alongside somebody. You got to have relationships. If you're the PACOM commander and you visit Korea, Japan, and the Philippines, they come home and they bring you a list of stuff to do. You're going to prioritize Japan, Korea, and Philippines, the three countries you just visited. This is clinically insane. So interoperability, when you ask me where's defense policy at, Taiwan is acting like a model ally, and we're acting like fools. We've got to fix our senior leader engagement policies. We've got to fix, another thing I do is I would maximize, Taiwan should have as many Navy Department head school billets as they can find lieutenants to fill them. They should have as many captain's course billets and armor, infantry, and air defense as we have, as they have people to fill them who can speak the high quality English and pass that class. Because in those classes, these O3s and O4s who are future captains and colonels and maybe generals and admirals, they'll have the ability to have a phone a friend. They'll have 20 American captains or lieutenants who they worked with. And the problem is we instead prioritize that they get all the VMI, Citadel, West Point, and Naval Academy credits. So ensigns, they produce a great coterie of translators. They don't need great translators. They need great warfighters. You get great warfighters for this. So I'm just telling you, in every possible way, we're not building interoperability at the personnel level, at the exercise processes level, and at the technology level. I mean, their Navy's Link 16 isn't really that compatible with our Link 16. They need to buy a modification to the Link 16 to have US military Link 16. One last thing I'll say, I said this to a company, said, my son's ship gets underway, my son's on a ship in Japan. He gets underway, which is why I really get pissed about this. He gets underway, Chinese Maritime Self-Defense Force ship shows up, bam, bam, they're in Link 16, they're in Centrix J, they're in CEC with them.
Translation, exchanging data.
All kinds of data, all kinds of work. They could fire on each other's radar tracks. That's how good it is with Japan. Bends up north, drops the Japanese. They need to because they're about to pick up the Koreans in Centrix K and Link 16, no CEC, but good data exchange of information. What's the throws at? Then they bend down to Taipei. They go outside. Out comes the 1801, the former USS Scott, kid class. And they get it. So here's an American naval ship, from 30 years ago. They get up. The only way they talk to them is bridge to bridge radio, or maybe a cell phone call. That's not interoperability. We've got to change this dynamic technologically, process wise, people wise. That's on the United States. It's weakness. We're being cowed by the People's Republic of China. But at the same time, we're saying we'll fight the People's Republic of China to the death of 7,000 or 30,000 Americans. This is crazy.
All right. I was going to say there's a lot there about the state of U.S.-Taiwan defense cooperation or lack thereof. Chip, did you have anything to add to that? Or?
No, I'm in the same church, but.
All right.
By the way, Taiwan has done a tremendous effort on their part to maintain contact with the Americans. When I was still on active duty and stationed in Hawaii, frequent visitors from active duty Taiwan officers, official parties, and all that. It was what Mark was talking about, that you can have physical interoperability with all the systems and everything, but trust is so important, and that means eyeball to eyeball contact, handshake contact. That means genuine friendship built up with our colleagues in Taiwan, and we have, as Mark so eloquently said, we've got the monster of the way we've always done things. It gets in the way of changing what we're doing with Taiwan.
Okay. Let's say following from that or building on that a little bit, there's a lot there about perhaps maybe what should be happening more from the American side of things, and perhaps things that we could be doing to improve coordination.
We're okay at a water spill.
Okay, sure. I want to say, again, sort of based on your observations over the last few years, I wanted to follow up on that a little bit more on Taiwan's side of things, perhaps a little bit more, because there have been sort of, I guess, as part of a larger process of defense reform, there have been some changes made to personnel policy in terms of a return to 1-year conscription. And that's something I've written on myself with a number of criticisms of it, but also with the Lai administration's efforts to promote what they call a whole society defense and resilience, sort of trying to bring in a greater role for civil defense as sort of a larger framework of defense for Taiwan. But I wanted to ask you for your thoughts or views based on what you observed. How successful has this been, or unsuccessful? Are these changes being integrated in a meaningful way with plans for Taiwan defense, or is there a lot more that needs to be done? What are your thoughts or perspectives on that?
We had some comments earlier today about the will to fight inside a democracy as opposed to an autocracy. One of the problems I think that Taiwan has, to my knowledge, not yet been able to get the Army on an all-volunteer basis. It's still conscription to drive the strength of the Army. There's a history to overcome here. It was not until 1987 when martial law, the White Terror, was lifted, and the military got a deserved reputation for abusing the population, and this still lingers. Secondly, I haven't seen it so much lately in the Taiwan press, but there used to be commentary about abusive entry-level training, particularly in the Army. That the new recruits in the Army didn't get much training, one rifle shared amongst 10 recruits, and the training being, it wasn't training, but just abusive practice by these senior people toward the recruits. So naturally, the youngster goes back home and tells mother, father, brother, sister, aunt, uncle, and all his or her friends, don't go there. So it's an impossible recruiting thing. Secondly, there is the need to take a look, particularly with the Army, in my opinion, at what's going on now with the development of technology. Look at Ukraine. This was a country where there were low polling figures about whether the youngsters would fight for Ukraine. I guess Russia believed it. They attacked and they got their butt kicked badly, and they're still getting their butt kicked badly. David Ignatius had an op-ed in the Washington Post recently where he said, it's uplifting to visit Ukraine these days. This is a place where the good guys are winning, or at least holding their own. The Ukrainians have outpaced Russia in spite of being outgunned. Ukraine's remarkable defense innovation is nurtured by constant interaction between soldiers at the front and agile defense tech companies in the rear. They're able to, in the drone versus drone battle and all that, they're able to get the PFC at the front lines talking directly to the tech in the rear who can alter the algorithm to put the Ukrainians on top. It's really remarkable. And being under strategic attack, bombings of Kiev, missile attacks, Russia attacking power stations, and all these other things, the Ukrainians have increased their defense production underneath all this. And I saw somebody, I forget who it was, but he made the remark on one of these morning talk shows that the strongest and most qualified military in the world right now is Ukraine's, because they've had to innovate under fire. We've got problems innovating under bureaucratic fire and capitalist fire and the influence of the defense primes, but not to go down that tangent. But what's happened here is the youngsters in Ukraine have adapted naturally, easily to this electronic technology and things. So what we have to do is find a way, I think, to tap into the talent that's resident in the Taiwanese population. Taiwan's got a tremendously qualified youth cohort. By the way, ask the people in the, the Sunflower Movement in 2014 that just absolutely flummoxed the major party gurus in Taiwan when the young people said, no, we're not listening. You're not listening to us. Here's what we're going to do. But you've got smart young people, entrepreneurial in spirit, patriotic, and we've got to tap into this, and we've got to get to a system where authority, democracies are good at this, autocracies aren't. Authority is delegated down along with responsibility, so that you don't have, like Russia's trying to do in Ukraine, you don't have some colonel sitting back there in air-conditioned comfort directing people on the front lines, go here, go there, whatever it is. You've got people at the front saying, I need this, give me this, boom, and moving forward on this, delegating down, the nature of technology is favoring the defense, but it's got to be a defense that is intelligently deployed, widely distributed, operationally resilient, and armed with weapons that can deal damage at distance. And the authority to employ those weapons as they see fit. That type of capability in the defense of Taiwan, I think, makes a big difference. Taiwan is eminently defendable. We had plans in World War II to invade Taiwan. The casualties were going to be monumental, so we decided to go for easier targets, Iwo Jima and Okinawa, right? Yeah, some chase. But it's Taiwan's got two types of terrain, as you all know well. There's the flat terrain and there's the mountains that seem to go straight up. And the flatlands are either urbanized or they're inundated, the fish farms and rice farms. As a ground officer, let me tell you, that's not good maneuver territory. So we have significant natural defensive advantages in defending Taiwan, but we've got to be intelligently deployed and intelligently used, which means taking advantage of the information sharing and the responsibility management and the authority management that's natural to democratic societies, and push this down to the youngsters and get them training in this so that we're not picking up cigarette butts or doing push-ups or something, but actually training on what's really needed. Mark mentioned Guam. We have, since the Nixon administration, confusion about what we want to do with Guam. We almost gave away Anderson Air Force Base in the Nixon administration. And we've had ideas to deploy this there, to deploy that there. Why not make it into a modernized training area along with the islands, 13 islands in the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands? And we use that as a way to jointly train Taiwanese and US forces. Now, Taiwan does send units to the United States to, I think the last one was in Michigan, the battalion training with the National Guard under the National Guard training the partnership program. But taking Guam, Yap, Palau, Federated States of Micronesia, Guam, Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, these places out there where, number one, we need to pay more attention to because they're lying across our lines of communication between the United States and the Western Pacific, and we frankly treat it as flyover territory and don't take advantage of it. That's an ideal place where we can distribute forces around different islands, connect them electronically, and we can train in modern techniques here, borrowed from what the Ukrainians are showing us that they can do right now in Ukraine. So there's a number of things that can be done and save money at the same time. But these ideas didn't sell when I was a Assistant Secretary of Defense. That's why I became a former Assistant Secretary of Defense. But I think it's an idea.
I love all those ideas. Let me, on the societal resilience, first of all, I just want to say President Lai is doing a fantastic job on that.
Yeah.
And I wasn't sure, I didn't know, I spent a lot of time in Ukraine every year. I could see good societal resilience, durable societal resilience. He is really working hard, in a peacetime environment, and still a peacetime environment in Taiwan. He's doing a fantastic job working those energy issues, those communications issues, that going through them one by one. I think he and his team are doing very well. He's going to have challenges, though. The first is the reservists are wrong in that country. They have 1.2 million reserves where they need to have about 100 to 200,000. Those 100 to 200,000 reserves, they can pick the number, but they need to go to training every month. They need to go to 2 to 3 weeks in the summer. They need to make sure their laws that they have to protect them, which exist, are really tight. Because once you really start losing people every year for 2 to 3 weeks, you got to make sure they're protected in their, the soldier's protected in his advancement or her advancement at their normal day-to-day job, like it happens in the United States. No company would try doing that in the United States because we'd come hard at them. And then they need to make sure, they have to do probably what the Israelis do, which is the Israelis look at it and say, look, they would look at the Taiwans and say, you have 13 active duty brigades. You got to just stand down 1 or 2 of them. If your size of your army is pretty fixed, and it probably is by the recruiting challenges they have, take 1 or 2 of them and sprinkle all those people, sprinkle 3,000 people from 1 brigade across 30 reserve brigades. to make those reserve brigades much more effective. This is what the Israelis do. And then you have 30 better reserve brigades and now only 12 active duty brigades instead of 13 active duty brigades and nothing. And that's what these are hard things to do, because I just said, tell the Army what to do, which is very hard for the political leadership of Taiwan. It's probably hard for the Chief of Defense, who's an admiral, to tell the Navy, the Army what to do. But the Taiwan Army is going to need to adjust for all the reasons Chip said. And the third one I'll tell you is the conscription. I'm glad they're at 1 year. But they've got it wrong. It can't be that you can do it when you get out of college. It needs to be, it shouldn't be when you're 22, 23 years old. You probably got a significant other. You might have a kid. You definitely have a job you're thinking about. They should really enforce you go in a gap year. Everyone in Taiwan takes a gap year. All the boys go in the Army. All the girls that want to go in the Army go in the Army, and the others that don't take a gap year. First of all, you'll get more girls doing that. You'll get more women going in. You'll have a better experience. You're 19, running around in the woods, learning to fire a gun, learning to work with drones. That'll be fun. It's not stopping you from your job. It's not stopping you from your family. That's how you do this. You do not wait till they're 20. You do it like the Israelis do it. You don't wait until they're 23 to do this. You do this when they're 19, when they're 20. They go in there, they do this. This is how you go. And then that year is broken up, like I said, orienteering out in the woods, weapons training, drone training, and English training with a baseline of physical fitness every day. If you do that, you're going to end up, the likelihood of getting some of those kids to then join the military is much higher. The likelihood of those kids wanting to join the reserves is much, much higher. And the likelihood of you having a more resilient society made up of people who know how to handle a weapon, don't just like their time in the military, as Chip's right. I mean, what you're trying to do is overcome a history that's only 20 years ago, 20 or 30 years ago. So that's, to me, these are logical things to do. These are hard politically. I mean, I don't think the KMT should oppose any of that based on what the KMT said over the decades, but somehow it'll end up being politically challenging. But that's how you do this. You do not do it. I just think 23 and 24-year-olds who don't get the right, it's just going to be really challenging. So from my perspective, that's how you get it.
As far as an internal information campaign goes, as we move into a force deployment scheme that's widely distributed, operationally resilient, all those things, and we demonstrate that the people in charge of these smaller formations are like lieutenants and corporals. And then it's okay. Oh, okay. We're not being moved around the battlefield by a bunch of generals sitting in the CP and putting pins in the map when they don't know what the terrain is. It changes the image. And it appeals, I think, to the entrepreneurial nature that's resonant all over Taiwan elsewhere, except the Army.
Following from on that, I know we're starting to go short on time, but there were at least one or two other issues I wanted to try to cover or discuss a little bit in the time we have. And we've heard some talk about sort of the need for greater coordination between the U.S. forces and Taiwan, as well as some of the personnel issues. Circling back a little bit to some of the things that we were discussing a little bit earlier this morning about some of the force structure issues. I want to say just perhaps taking the proposed special defense budget again currently on ice, but looking at the provisions of that, I wanted to ask for your views or thoughts. Is that going in the right direction or not? Certainly, the Lai administration is trying to promote the message that it is looking towards a more asymmetric approach. Again, however asymmetry is defined, they put it in the name of the legislation. But for those acquisitions, and as well as the sort of the more indigenously sourced acquisitions that the Ministry of Defense is looking towards in terms of greater drone production and so forth, are things going in the right direction now, or are they still off a little bit? What would you recommend?
Let me go. Look, first of all, if the question is, do they need counter-intervention gear or do they need high-end gear? The answer is both, right? They've got to fight. They're going to have a hellscape. At Sample Powers, right? They're going to need counter-intervention stuff, UAVs, UASs, USVs, UUVs. These are all underwater, on the surface, in the air, attack vessels. They're going to have to hit literally thousands of rowboats, fishing boats, militia boats, Coast Guard boats, Navy boats from the PLA bringing everybody across. Look, I don't think there's gonna be a cross-strait invasion. I mean, I tend to believe there won't be a cross-strait invasion, but you gotta prepare for it. So you gotta have every element of this in that counter intervention. And then if there's a lodgement of Chinese forces, you're gonna have to fight them in a counter interventionist way. Because more likely than not, China's gonna have air power over the island. So you're gonna, for the few, till we get air power over the island. And so you need that. But they also need the high end before the war. You can't just sit back and say, we're not gonna have an air force, we won't have F-16s, we won't have E-2Ds, so they need E-2Ds. That we won't have submarines, we won't have surface ships. We'll just let China impose their will till they decide to fight. They've got to have something in phase 0, phase 1 where they're pushing back. So they need the high end and the low end. The beauty of this budget, and I'll tell you, think about it right now, when they have about a 2.5% budget, or 2 to 2.5% budget over the last 5 years, they've required from us $4.5 billion worth of FMF. That's about what we deliver per year. We'll say 4 to 5 billion. If they suddenly, when they go to 3.5 and eventually to 5%, they're gonna need to buy, by the way, we have sucked at delivering that 5 billion a year, awfully. We're gonna have to deliver 15 billion a year and a 4.5% budget, maybe 20 billion a year. Because the amount they spend on personnel is not gonna change dramatically, a bit more in the reserves, a little bit more on conscripts, but the size of their army is probably the size of their army. Their indigenous production will change a little bit, but you can't go, they're not gonna start building F-16s in Taiwan because you gotta have somebody else to buy some of them. And not only will no one sell in Taiwan, I don't think anyone's gonna buy your stuff either, except when it's dual use. So my take on this is it's gonna be a lot of FMS and a lot of DCS. And that's what President Lai put forward. So the answer is it was the right budget. Was it everything in there perfect? No, you can mess around on the margins, but that was a good budget. And I'm really disappointed in the KMT for rejecting it. And I will say the KMT's idea of a pay raise is not a bad one. There've been pay raises, they could use more. We're gonna sweeten this up, but no military does 30% across the board pay raise. The US military targets pay raises. We target them for when kids are gonna get out. So we target like the E4, E5 at 5 years. You target the E6 at 10 years. You target the junior officers at 3 years. We don't give generals and privates the exact same pay rate, 30% pay raises. So the KMT and the DPP should work together to take the KMT's idea of a pay raise, but do it in a logical, well thought out way and put it into the next year's budget, And by the way, you don't do 30% at once. We've recently done 37% pay raise for our junior enlisted. It was phased over 3 years. Right? That's how you do things. That's reasonable, that's logical, and that's what they should do. So I would take a little bit of the KMT's feedback and mix it with what the DPP currently has. And the one thing I say is the KMT wants to separate DCS and FMS, saying that that's foreign military sales and direct commercial sales, saying direct commercial sales are too susceptible to corruption or something. That's ludicrous. First of all, if you do 100 contracts in America, 20% of them will be appealed by the loser of the contract, and 3 or 4 of them will be upheld as unjust awards by a court. That's defense industrial base. And if the same thing's happening in Taiwan, it's fine. Don't tell me there's corruption in the DCS system. Tell me that 1 or 2 of these contracts are wrong and get rid of them. Don't throw out the DCS product. By the way, we desperately want DCS in Taiwan because it's much faster than FMS. It gets a lot more dual use things going. And there's a potential for Taiwan to be able to sell some of the stuff that they begin to produce based on that back overseas. So DCS is absolutely essential. I'm afraid the KMT has that wrong. And look, the KMT may be doing this all with the best of intentions, and that's fine. But it's damn time to negotiate. This bullshit of not having a special defense budget done 6, 7 months into it. They're not America. They don't get to wait 10. We spend $1 trillion. If we want to wait 10 months to do the $1 trillion, we're okay because we got last year's $1 trillion running through the veins of the Department of Defense. You have a small economy, you have a small military, a relative to us, very small economy. You do not have the luxury of delaying your defense budget 6, 7 months like you're doing. These parties have to get off their backside, get an agreement, and get it done. And if they were smart, they'd get it done before May 14th. They'd get it done before about May 7th. Because that's about when the talking points are going to get ready for the president for his meeting with Xi on May 14th. And Taiwan needs to not be on that agenda. And if the leader of the KMT, if she's so blinded by her visit to China that she thinks it's good to be on the menu of a meeting between the US and China, then she's not looking out for Taiwan. Because you do not need to be on that menu, And that is absolutely unacceptable. And if she comes here to America, she better hear that message from every American who meets her, because she's doing no good service for the US-Taiwan relationship, and she's not looking out for Taiwan's national security if she continues to block the defense budget, because you got to have it. You can't fight China without it. You can't deter China without a defense budget. Sorry.
I don't know, Jim, you have anything to add that? Any thoughts?
It's hard to talk about. Next topic.
Sure. Well, we are, again, running just a little bit over on time, but perhaps I might ask just one final question to gauge your thoughts on. Kind of circling back, I guess we sort of opened up with some discussion about maybe what needed to happen more on the US side of things. But kind of circling back to maybe one final thought, I wanted to see if I could gauge your thoughts as to what do you see as the implications being for Taiwan of current, ongoing U.S. military commitments, and particularly in the Middle East. I know, for example, there's a lot of discussion of the number of U.S. assets, particularly naval assets, that are deployed in the Middle East right now. There's been sort of discussion of the issue or concerns about expenditures of critical munitions and so forth. But I wanted to ask your thoughts as to, so what do you see as some of the implications of U.S. military commitments in other parts of the world, and how that would connect to the defense of Taiwan?
There's not much good in everything for Taiwan, with everything, not everything, but with major assets moving out of the Western Pacific and into the Middle East again. We keep trying to say we're going to pivot to Asia, and somehow we just can't seem to shake our commitments to the Middle East on down. The other implication on this is that as we reduce defense assets in Korea, as we reduce forces in Japan and send them out there, it raises at some level the possibility of another conflict emerging, only this time in Asia. And we touched on this a little bit earlier today, but it's my view that a conflict that breaks out anywhere in Asia is going to quickly be everywhere. We've got a habit of thinking that Korea is Korea, and things that happen in Korea stay in Korea. Things that happen in Japan stay in Japan, and all that. But if Kim Jong-un senses an opportunity here because we've reduced certain forces from Korea and makes a move, Korea is connected to Iran, which is connected to China. You got the picture. It puts a burden on the rest of our allies out there that when we reduce forces.
Worry a tiny bit about munitions. Look, let's be clear. One good thing is the United States, with a partner, went and attacked an authoritarian regime. But at some point, Taiwan's got to see what the U.S. did with Israel against Iran and say, look, there's something appealing in that about the United States' willingness to do that. That's offset, I think, pretty significantly by the munitions, losses, especially on long-range precision strike, things like JASSM-ER and Tomahawk. And then the other thing is readiness. Chip and I were both, we can remember back to when, under the Obama administration, General Mattis had 2 carrier strike groups, 5 squadrons, kind of what we have right now, on station in the 5 Air Force extra squadrons, Army Air Defenders, kind of those swing forces that we have right now, the same levels in the Mideast for about 18 months, in a maximum pressure campaign on Iran. 6 months later, we were fine. 12 months later, we were fine. Even 18 months later, ships were deploying normally. But 3 years later, 2017, 0 aircraft carrier strike groups deployed that year for the United States Navy. Air Force fighter squadron readiness bottomed out at about 35% instead of the normal 60%. Army Air Defenders were on a 1 to 2 deployed at dwell in real trouble. So those kind of swing units that are critical in the Middle East, they're real critical to the add-in submarines, and they're really critical because they're critical elements in the Far East, for Taiwan. Those things hurt 3 or 4 years later. So if we stay there 9 or 12 months like this, or 12 or 18 months, we're going to feel pain in 2029, 2030, which is a bad time If you think about domestic, US domestic politics, Taiwan domestic politics, that's a bad time to feel readiness pain. And it's unavoidable. We had a guy named Admiral Courtney try to like work his way through this. Yeah, Shortly, to try to work his way through this. We could not figure out how to fix our Navy readiness to, you just had to eat it for about a year. And I think the same was true with the Air Force. I don't think they mismanaged that. I think that was just, that's the impact of over the readiness impact of excessive deployment as part of a maximum pressure campaign or a war. So we got to watch this. The length of this though, right? The munitions is done, but the readiness issue may not happen if we wrap this up in 3 or 6 months.
Well, gentlemen, thank you very much. I think there's enough grist for discussion. We could keep this going for a few more hours, but we are running over on time. And I do want to be respectful both of our speakers and of our audience. And so I think we'll need to conclude things there. For our audience, both everyone who joined us in person as well as those watching online, I want to offer my personal note of thanks from the Global Taiwan Institute for joining us today. We will have more programs coming out this year. And we, as was mentioned at the outset, we're planning a couple more of these mini conferences in this format. I think our next one we're planning for will be looking at economic and trade issues between the United States and Taiwan. So please keep an eye on our website for announcements on that. Once again, thank you very much. Yeah.